never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Smoke from Canadian wildfires has drifted into the U.S., currently giving Chicago the worst air quality in the world. New York bracing for another bout of bad air.
At some point impacting the entirety of New York State.
We're anticipating the smoke and the haze to come all across the state. And we've been watching this, monitoring this.
Governor Kathy Hochul says conditions will start deteriorating in western and central New York before reaching New York City Thursday morning.
I would certainly say we did not deal with this in the years past.
The governor is urging high-risk populations to avoid the outdoors over the next 48 hours. I'm Natalie Migliori, New York.
Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to testify before the House later this summer. Although it's a regularly scheduled hearing with the House Judiciary Committee, it comes as some Republicans call for his impeachment following whistleblower testimony about the Hunter Biden case. Former President Trump says the scene involving the sharing of documents was not as prosecutors say.
And what was said was absolutely fine and very perfectly. We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax.
While rallying with supporters in New Hampshire, Trump responded to a CNN audio recording of a 2021 meeting where he discusses holding on to the documents. Earlier this month, Trump pleaded not guilty to 37 counts involving his handling of classified materials. The next pandemic, America is still not ready.
The CDC's outgoing director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, is warning that America is not prepared for future pandemics. In an op-ed for the New York Times ahead of her departure on Friday, she emphasized the shortage of approximately 80,000 public health workers needed to meet basic health requirements. Walensky also highlighted the reliance on outdated technology like aging fax machines within the public health system. She urged U.S. lawmakers to provide more resources to improve the public health infrastructure.
Correspondent John Schaefer. This is USA News.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
As reported, former President Trump spent Tuesday rallying with voters in New Hampshire. He spent much of the speech railing against President Biden's domestic and foreign policies.
There's no better example than the most corrupt president in the history of our country. Joe Biden, he's the most corrupt president we've ever had.
He also criticized the Justice Department, arguing the agency's been weaponized against him. Polling shows Trump well ahead of other Republicans running for president in the 2024 election. It appears Russian President Vladimir Putin is honoring a deal he made with Wagner Group chief Yevgeny Prigozhin.
After Prigozhin's group attempted a rebellion against Moscow 3 days ago, Putin agreed to drop terrorism charges against him if he agreed to be exiled to Belarus. On Tuesday, Belarus authorities confirmed Prigozhin arrived at the country safely. Hours later, Russia's Federal Security Service dropped the terrorism charges against him. The Wagner Group claims he was not trying to overthrow Putin, but was marching against injustice. I'm Brian Shook.
Ford is expected to lay off at least 1,000 employees in North America. According to the Wall Street Journal, a company spokesperson said the layoffs will be mostly in its engineering department. Human remains found on Southern California's Mount Baldy have been positively identified as those of British actor Julian Sands. He was reported missing in January. Search crews have repeatedly returned to the area following the disappearance of the 65-year-old during a winter hike. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, with that sound, I do believe it is that time once again. Ready or not, here comes, hump day. Well, that'll be the final hump day for the month of June here. Once you get to midweek, we really start looking toward a busy weekend. Finally got the official numbers from AAA this past day. Mentioned a couple nights ago that I kind of anticipated it was going to be a very, very big travel weekend. Okay, well, if their numbers are correct, more travelers than we've seen in a long time. Nearly 51 million people in the U.S. projected to travel over the 4th of July weekend. That is the highest number on record for Americans traveling by car and in the air over the Independence Day holiday. So this year's projection actually surpasses the previous July 4th weekend record that was set back in 2019 when there were 49 million travelers. AAA says, we've never projected travel numbers this high for Independence Day weekend. Senior Vice President of AAA Travel. What this tells us is that despite inventory being limited and some prices 50% higher, consumers are not cutting back on travel this summer. And to break down the numbers, 43.2 million are expected to drive to their destination. And that's up 2.4% from last year, 4% higher than 2019. Now, gas prices this summer are down about 30% from the same time last year. But, of course, last year, this is when we were approaching some of the highest prices ever. National average for a gallon of regular last July 4 was $4.80. The national average here for June has hovered in the $3.50 to $3.60 per gallon range. As a matter of fact, we got the latest numbers as far as diesel prices from the Pro Miles this past day. We'll break that down. For the first time in quite a while, we're actually seeing the diesel prices beginning to tick a bit higher. But, all right, when is the really heavy travel going to be? Friday, this Friday, June 30, the busiest day on the roads of the holiday weekend. Average travel times will be nearly 30% higher than a normal day. According to the Transportation Data and Insight Index, major metropolitan areas, Boston, Seattle, Washington, D.C., all expected to see the worst traffic. Best time to travel by car is in the morning or after 6 p.m. To minimize your holiday frustrations, you can utilize some of the traffic apps, local Department of Transportation notifications. As far as air travel is concerned, about 4.17 million Americans are expected to fly to their destinations. That's up over 11% from last year, up more than 6.5% over the previous record of 2019. The share of air travelers in this year's holiday forecast, about 8.2%. Highest percentage in nearly 20 years, says AAA. Now, airfares have actually dropped more than 27% since last year to an average of about $300 per round trip. according to the travel app Hopper. Meanwhile, international travelers, the upcoming weekend, not quite as lucky. Fares to Europe are the highest we've seen in at least 5 years. Now, with Independence Day falling on a Tuesday this year, a lot of people obviously are extending their trips for an extra long weekend. Now, airports are expected to see the most crowded Thursday and Friday. 3.7 million Americans are expected to depart from the airports on Thursday and Friday. Of course, return flights will be the busiest on July 5th. 3.5 million people going to be trying to get back to the home 20. Atlanta, Dallas, Denver, and Los Angeles will be the busiest airports, all of them expecting more than 1 million passengers. All right, late morning, 8 a.m. to 12 noon, and early evening, 4 to 8 p.m., are going to be the busiest departure times from all the airports we just mentioned. Of course, there are a couple of other modes of transportation. About 3.4 million people are projected to travel by bus, take a cruise, or a train trip over the long weekend. That's up 24% over last year. Big jump. I think a lot of that may be people heading out on the cruise lines. So since the pandemic thing is officially over, I'm trying to recall last year, Independence, we still had a lot of those restrictions on the cruise lines, didn't we? Still doing the masking thing in many cases. The vaccination requirements was a big hindrance for a lot of people taking the cruises. Meanwhile, Rubber Duck, I see, he said, hey, they ain't joking about the smoke. He's up in LaPorte, Indiana, 50-something degrees on the back deck there. And the smoke is no joke. Said, honestly, it's thicker than I remember the Anaheim Hills fires that actually burned our house back in the 1980s. According to the National Weather Service, I had stepped out. The moon was able to shine through over the past hour or so, but the haze has got so thick it's nearly completely obscuring what's right about a half a moon out there. It's the haze. It's the wildfire smoke. Now, I do know in our area, the air quality index, the advisory kicked in at the midnight hour. Midnight tonight till the midnight hour Wednesday night. Smoke is funneling into the region. Chicago, of course, earlier in the day, just enveloped in the smoke, almost reminiscent to what we saw in New York City a couple weeks ago. And it looks like here in the coming days as we head toward the weekend, New York will again be looking at some pretty awful air quality conditions. But as far as Chicago's concerned, it's the Canadian wildfires enveloping Chicago and the surrounding areas this past day. And officials say today, Wednesday, you're going to see more of the same. According to the monitoring site IQ Air, Chicago had the worst air quality out of 95 cities worldwide this past day. Now, an Illinois state climatologist said the worldwide index is essentially an average of the air quality monitors in a city. Now, factors like time differences and the amount of monitors in a city can make it difficult to use this index as a complete picture. But in general, to see cities like Chicago, which don't citywide have this kind of a perennial problem with air quality, seeing them at the top of the list just gives you an idea of how unusual the conditions are right now. But as of 11 a.m. Tuesday morning, the air quality index in Chicago had risen to a level that's considered very unhealthy. According to Air Now, a website that combines data from county, state, and federal air quality agencies nationwide, that means everyone is actually at risk for health effects. Now, weather officials also issuing air quality alerts on into the day here Wednesday for the Great Lakes region, the lower Mississippi, as well as the Ohio valleys. According to the Lake Michigan Air Directors Consortium, if you can smell smoke when you step outdoors, that's pretty much an immediate sign to stay indoors. It's very common to see smoke in the atmosphere above. It's not common to have high concentrations of smoke coming all the way down to the surface levels like we're seeing right now. Now, smoke blows into Chicago fairly regularly. There's somewhere burning in North America pretty much at all times. Now, how more smoke ends up at the surface level depends on several questions. We'll be looking at this event for a long time to figure out, what the particular dynamics and chemistry were that caused the smoke to come all the way down to the surface levels here. Atmospheric conditions, how large the fires are, and existing air pollutants in a city make it difficult to pinpoint exactly why Chicago has such bad air quality right now. We're talking about particulate matter, known as PM 2.5, which can be emitted by factories, power plants, automobiles, fireplaces, and obviously wildfires. As of 7 a.m. Tuesday, particulate matters the levels were 3-4 times higher than you would typically see in that city. These tiny particles, solids and liquids in the air, one of the biggest pollution concerns. It's kind of a function of where the fires are, where the weather systems are, which direction the winds are blowing all that smoke in. And right now, turns out Chicago is pretty much right there in the crosshairs. All right, 5-7, copy the mail out of the box here. Joe Self on board. Morning, Steve. All the Overnight Drive listeners, looking at 70 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia. We're about 10 degrees cooler than we were 24 hours ago. Everybody have a good night. All right, Eskimo Mom gets her week started here. Happy hump day, or for me, it's Monday. Finishing up on a drop and hook down the road from the secret bunker in Coleraine. What my next direction in life, that's a secret to me at this time. I've been dealing with some super hazy skies out here from the Canadian wildfires. Yes, indeed. It's crazy how many air quality advisories we have at this point in time. I did actually catch a peek of the moon. Right now it's 71 degrees. Roy is there in Northwest Illinois with 66 at this hour. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. There's Larry, Wallkill, New York. All right. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, looking at 68 in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. I'll be loading my powerful chrome-plated cow truck. Later this morning, we'll be headed west at a high rate of speed on another epic adventure. Hey, a special Tar Heel shout-out to the trucking icon, the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Kilby's Livestock Market this morning. Captain Ron checking in. 81 degrees, rolling northbound on I-75. Going by the Cafe Risque near Gainesville, Florida. Terrible story about Jimmy Johnson's in-laws. Yes, I've got that story here. Wow, sad scenario. Jimmy Johnson's team will not be participating in the racing activities there in Chicago this upcoming weekend. We'll give you the full story coming in here. So much to cover, yes, as we head into midweek. It is 844-844-3388. Oh, yes, indeed. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yeah, they ain't kidding about the air quality advisories being so widespread. Man, oh man, I'm looking here at the map. You got a good chunk of Minnesota, especially the southern and eastern portions of the state, then literally the entirety of Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, both the UP and lower Michigan, nearly the entirety of Indiana, Southwest Ohio here, our metro area, of course, the big cities, Columbus, Cleveland, western half of Pennsylvania, western half of New York, on over into the Maryland, Baltimore region, D.C. There's even air quality advisories all the way down into the Carolinas for the upcoming day. One other thing I'm seeing here is the heat that's going to, we've been saying for several days, what Texas has been dealing with is going to begin to expand through the rest of the week. So now we've seen these excessive heat warnings, which continue there in the heart of Texas, including the Dallas-Fort Worth region. Heat advisories pretty much extending all the way from northern portions of Missouri, eastern Kansas, all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Now excessive heat watches, where they're anticipating that heat expanding Wednesday into Thursday, now enveloping areas from southern Illinois, western Kentucky, western half of Tennessee, a good chunk of Mississippi, and about the western half of Alabama, as the heat's going to continue building into that region over the next couple days. I'll give you more on that coming up here. Hello to Miss Millie, saying, good morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Yeah, we're at 66 degrees. Yes, air quality alerts for my area here in the Bluegrass. I just want to thank everyone for all the prayers. So I'm going to tell everybody before I fall asleep to take care, be safe, and be blessed. Have a great day. And thank you, Steve, for all you do. Thank you very much, Miss Millie. Roadmaster checks in here on a Wednesday, Chillicothe, Ohio. Wishing everybody a great night and morning. By the way, it was the Michigan Madman's birthday. Happy birthday, Michigan Madman. I saw that post there on Facebook a few hours ago. All right, who else we got here? Pappy checking in, 65 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Congratulations to Chris Gabrelchik. Yes, the official memo released this past day. Chris is officially going to be retiring here at the end of the week, essentially here. True American with a heart of gold. We deserve, all us nocturnal listeners, thank you for what you've done. Yeah, hammer down, Chris, and be safe. All right, let it roll. Are you with me? Very good. Thank you so much. Yeah, congratulations to Chris there. I guess it's kind of with mixed emotions. I say that. Rodney, what do we have here? I said, I really appreciate and enjoy listening to you call in and talk to Steve. Always great conversations. Thank you very much. All right, kind of neat about the Chicago race coming up this weekend. That's our friend Steve there from Ottawa. one of our Canadian listeners, who also says it's very dry here. Hello to Tracy from Wilmington, Ohio. And Jeffrey. Hello, Jeff. There you go. All right, it's, let's see, about a minute before news breaks. I'll tell you what, we'll get to the calls here. I don't know, it's not often we get the Carolina Monkey Gouger out of the box, is it? Of course, there we'll get to, hey, Mike. What day is it? 5-7. We'll be checking in as well. And room for you at 844-3388. I just see Rubber Duck posted, in addition to Jimmy Johnson's unfortunate family tragedy, former NFL and now high school football coach Ryan Mallett drowned in Florida. We were just talking about the drownings, the rip currents that have been, especially Panama City. I'm not sure where he actually drowned. I saw the headline on that. He was quarterback for a couple of years there in the NFL. It's only 35 years old. Young, healthy individuals. Doesn't matter how strong you get caught in one of those strong rip currents. They can take your life. So, all right, what do we see here? All right, we'll get to our news break. And again, lots to cover here. Plenty on the industry headlines. Yes, it looks like the death spiral is in full swing. According to the update, we're talking about Yellow Corporation. I've been predicting this for months now. We'll give you the latest all ahead on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The U.S. Attorney's Office in San Antonio is giving an update on the nation's deadliest human smuggling incident, which happened 1 year ago today. 4 more arrests have been made since then.
We are one step closer to delivering justice for those migrants.
U.S. Attorney Jamie Esparza says the men allegedly moved the migrants from stash houses along the border to the back of a sweltering 18-wheeler. There's no air conditioning, and 53 died. These 4 new defendants join 2 others who are currently awaiting trial. The driver and the organizer both face the death penalty if found guilty. More than $200 billion in potential COVID relief pandemic funds were lost in fraudulent schemes. A report by the Inspector General of the Small Business Administration shows nearly $30 billion of those funds have been reclaimed by the Inspector General's office and other federal agencies. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Kevin. Checking in here. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. The Canadian smoke is back in Ohio. Yes, indeed it is. What do you say, Carolina Monkey Gouger?
Oh, Steve, we moving through the heat. Woo! It is hot out here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, buddy. I mean, it is baking. Oh. I don't know how hot it got today. I mean, it got blistered. That heat is something out here. But, Steve, if I get started tonight, I want to give a big shout-out to Chris. The people that's been listening to this show and following it, I remember his first phone call, the first night you had him on, just like it was yesterday. And it took off. And he's always giving back. He's never forgot the trucking industry or the faithful followers of this show. He's always, if we needed something, he's been there to give it to us. He's just a classic guy, a guy he's a self-made man that followed his dreams. I got to have a lot of in-depth conversations with him at the truck shows and, when we were sitting down eating supper and stuff. And I'm just proud to have him as a friend. And, he gave us a Christmas present 2 years ago that I will never forget by putting you back on the radio show. And just want to tell him thank you and hope he enjoys retirement.
Yep.
So that's about it for Chris. But Steve, we have got a situation with our donut connoisseur.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. He's been caught red-handed.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you've seen the picture or not, but tonight he was on there bragging about he found this dog food in this here store named Pappy's Dog Food.
I saw that. Yes, I did. Yes.
Yeah, succulent pieces of roast beef and other things, good for your dog. I got looking at that damn picture. Did you look at that picture close?
I can't say that I paid that much attention, no.
Well, I got to looking at that thing, and I said, I know how Pappy's getting all these discounts now. That can's all dented up like it's been in World War III, he goes in there and throws the can in the floor, dips it all up, goes up and tells him he wants a salvage price on that dog food. So he's been captured. We got him. We got photo evidence of it. So, you know, if he calls in tonight, ask him how the scratch and dent sale going over there with the canned goods. But the other thing I called in tonight about is the pizza saga goes on. And this morning, they were giving the statistics on how much emission that those pizza ovens give off. You
Really?
know, it would take 875 years for all the pizza ovens in New York to even make an effect on the atmosphere. John Kerry's airplane does more damage in the 1 year with him out there spreading his malarkey around about this global warming in 1 year that all them pizza ovens could do in 875. So I thought that was a pretty interesting bit of information.
Well,
there
what about the
ovens.
Canadian wildfires right now? I mean, how many years would those ovens have to burn to put a dent in what one day of these wildfires is polluting?
Oh, right. I mean, I follow two of those big-time farmers out of Minnesota. One's a Millennial Farmer, and the other one's Lawson Farms. And they had an update today, and they live up there somewhere above the Quad Cities up there. I'm not sure exactly where the town is, but they were showing, you know, that they could hardly see the fields up in Minnesota today. So yeah, that the wildfires, Mother Nature is the biggest polluter that we got. People don't want to believe it, but I've seen a thing here that you might have seen it too. That they were given a rundown on everything was supposed to happen. The oceans were going to flood, you know, and they were going to do this. Didn't happen, you know, and just on and on and on and on, you know. And I think that a lot of people are getting tired of this bull crap. You're starting to see more and more of it. People starting to stand up and say, hey, you know, let's quit with this crap. But even if America went totally electric, we ain't going to make a dent on what's going on in China and these third world countries and, you know, Russia and all the pollution they're pumping out. So, you know, I mean, I'm all for clean water, clean air, but we can't do it by ourselves. And why they're making us suffer now is just beyond my belief, you know. They really starting to crack down on these coal-fired energy plants and everything, and it's all BS. It's all BS. Nothing we do can correct it.
Right.
If you remember, because my daughter was over there in France when that thing happened. You remember when that volcano blowed up over there and they couldn't, people got trapped over there for 2 and 3 weeks because of the volcanic ash that this thing pumped off? They said that thing done more damage to the ecology than we could ever imagine. So, I mean, you know, these liars like Al Gore and old John Kerry and them need to be held accountable for inconveniencing our life with this BS that they're pumping.
Yeah, I mean, Monkey Gouge, if you think rationally, there was a time when, before Christopher Columbus or whoever was first here, of course, there were Native Americans, but how are most of the wildfires started around the world? It's lightning strikes. And before there were people here to fight the fires, Mother Nature, this is the way Mother Nature takes care and renews the earth. These fires would burn uncontrolled until Mother Nature put them out with some rainfall.
That's right. You're exactly 100% correct. I mean, it's like the prairie fires that we see 3 or 4 years out there on the plains, you know, in Kansas and all out there. That's just Mother Nature's way of cleaning up the world. And I mean, there's nothing we gonna do gonna change it. It ain't never gonna change in mine in your lifetime. And I mean, I just cannot believe that what happened. You know, wanting to take the pizzas away from people. My God, come on. Let's show some rationality. Use some common sense about this stuff. But Steve, before I get off of here, I don't know if you've seen that deal on Jimmy Johnson. That was a tragedy.
Yes.
On his in-laws.
Yes,
That
indeed.
little grandson that got killed in the process. I would like to know. I mean, it was just last week they had that idiot up yonder in your neck of the woods that went out there and killed his 3 sons for no reason at all.
Yes, sir.
Why these people have got to pick on these innocent children? I mean, it's getting crazy. And did they ever find out what caused that guy to trip out and kill his 3 kids?
I have not actually heard any update. I guess about a week ago, I think he admitted that he had planned it for months. It wasn't like a spur of the moment thing. He had planned to do it.
That is a gutless coward SOB in my book. I mean, that really, really, I mean, I applaud the law enforcement community that arrested that piece of crap from not beating his brains out. You could tell in that video, man, they was pumped, but they had constraint. But, I mean, could you imagine being a law enforcement officer and rolling up on something like that?
Right.
So I give all the hats off to the people wearing the badges tonight and the blue that protect us and keep us safe through the night. And Steve, we'll probably call you later on when somebody jumps in there and riles up something, because I'll just wait to see what this report on YRC is going to be.
All right. Yeah. That's intriguing, to say the least. Yeah. The Jimmy Johnson story. It was actually his in-laws, his wife's parents, and a nephew that were killed Monday in what police are calling a murder-suicide. Monday in Muskogee, Oklahoma, police believe Terry Janway, 68 years old, shot and killed her husband, Jack, who was 69, and their grandson, 11-year-old Dalton Janway. The Janways are the parents of Jimmy Johnson's wife, Chandra Janway. Police said they received a call a little after 9 o'clock Monday evening from the residence. A female caller told police a disturbance was taking place and someone had a gun. The caller hung up. When police arrived, they found Jack lying in the hallway in the house. As they entered the home, they heard a gunshot from inside the house. After removing Jack, police called for the occupants to come out. No one ever did. Police then entered the house to find Terry and Dalton dead. Police believe this was a murder-suicide. Yeah, that's what they're still investigating, but appears there's no threat to the community. It looks to be a murder-suicide. Traumatizing to find out that a long-standing family who had made so many contributions to the community there were involved in this kind of an incident. Even more bone-chilling, as Gouger just said, there was a child involved. According to the mayor of the town there, he said, "I knew Dr. Janway. Dr. Janway has worked on me. Yeah, we've been acquaintances for a long, long time since I've been in Muskogee." So, tragedy. Yeah, I guess there's the looming mental health issues in this country, right? All right. Jimmy Johnson's team has pulled out of this weekend's NASCAR race in Chicago. Legacy Motor Club has elected to withdraw the number 84 Carvana Chevrolet from this weekend's NASCAR Cup Series event in Chicago. The Johnson family has asked for privacy at this time. No further statements will be made, according to the team on Twitter. NASCAR issuing a public comment via ESPN. We're saddened by the tragic deaths of members of Chandra Johnson's family. The entire NASCAR family extends its deepest support and condolences during this difficult time to Chandra, Jimmy, and the entire Johnson and Janway families. So, yeah, tragedy. Our number, 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we roll into midweek here, hump day. Looks like, hey, Mike had to drop off. I guess he's taking care of business. He'll call back later. There are some other weather concerns as we head toward the big travel weekend coming up here. Forecasters are monitoring the potential for a high-powered, long-tracking, fast-moving batch of thunderstorms. Just last week, they were using the term derecho as a possibility. They're using that term again. A derecho may be developing this week across parts of the central states. In simple terms, a derecho behaves like an inland hurricane, a large batch of damaging winds and heavy rain that can at times lead to significant flooding. The National Weather Service developed criteria to distinguish derechos from other less intense, shorter distance storm complexes. In order for a derecho to be declared, usually after the storm, the post-storm analysis, storm must have traveled 400 miles or more with a width of at least 60 miles. The storm also must have produced damaging nearly continuously winds continuously along the path. Now, complexes of thunderstorms are going to erupt near and north of that rim of the tremendous heat that's anchored over Texas and the southern plains this week. Now, one day and night in particular, which is Thursday, may represent the highest risk for a derecho. First storms are going to fire up Thursday afternoon, and there's actually 2 zones where a derecho may develop. Data suggests that much of Nebraska, northern Kansas, northwest Missouri, and southwestern Iowa will be one area at greatest risk for severe weather during Thursday afternoon and evening. From this zone, should an intense complex of storms evolve, it may continue to roll right on through the late night hours Thursday, and then across the middle portion of the Mississippi Valley and maybe portions of the Ohio or Tennessee valleys on Friday. Now, that exact initial eruption of storms Thursday and the intensity will determine how long they may survive and which areas get hit or missed by the complex hundreds of miles away the following day. Now, it's possible a long-lived complex such as a derecho could reach as far as maybe parts of the southern and central Appalachians. At roughly the same time Thursday afternoon, another area, thunderstorms will erupt and may try to organize into one or more complexes in portions of Illinois, Indiana, western Ohio, and Kentucky. These storms may then roll southeastward with the core of the heat to the southwest and more temperate air to the northeast through Thursday night and into Friday. Now, due to the fact that there's multiple areas where thunderstorms could merge into dangerous, far-reaching complexes, it's possible some places might actually be hit by 2 rounds of dangerous storms in a 12-hour period. All right, they go back through the history of some of the derechos we've seen over the years, but on into, we're talking Wednesday coming on here, on into Wednesday night, individual thunderstorms as well as clusters are going to stretch from parts of Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado, as well as much of the Dakotas, Nebraska, and portions of Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin. So we'll be keeping an eye on things. Looks like Thursday may be a very, very active day. Well, hello, 5-7.
Well, good morning to you, sir. Let me walk away from the tractor, look up to my trailer there so I can get a little more quiet. I just wanted to, it's just something that come to mind with everything going on. I can actually thank the Chinese for what they did, you know, harassing our ship, and when they harassed our plane, because I've been in a position I didn't know what to deal with. My wife, just before last Christmas, was on the computer, and she seen this thing from the Bradford Exchange.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, because I put in a lot of Navy stuff, you know, it's all of a sudden she was getting stuff from the Navy. I ignored it. She ordered 2 jackets, and one was U.S. Navy, got my name on it. It's beautiful, I guess. But when I got it, it said right in there, made in China. U.S. Navy, made in China. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I've got her upset. It's a pullover, and it's real nice, heavyweight. And she got one too. And she never went anywhere to wear hers. And for a while there, she said, "Why don't you don't like it, do you?" I just didn't. I couldn't tell her that. The reason why I don't touch the doggone thing. Same reason why I've got a hat that I got years ago that was just given to me, and it said "Made in China" in it. I've got it in the room. It's there. I don't wear it. It's yellow. You know, it's got the gold Navy on the front, blue cap. I went to the store and bought a blue cap, and now I never even paid attention to it. And I'll wear it because my old cap from the Navy fell apart, and it has my ship's patch.
Mm-hmm.
USS Jonas Ingram DD-938. Well, I pulled that off, sewed it onto that cap. When we was down there at the Veterans Park one day during Memorial Day, we took our caps off. I was standing next to a Marine, and he noticed while we were standing there, heads bowed, and during the prayer, and he noticed it was made in China. Well, that's when I looked at mine. He ripped his tag out. Mine, of all things, made in Vietnam.
Wow.
And I started to take it out, but buddy, no, Vietnam's trying to buddy up with us. A few years ago, they had a U.S. destroyer invited them over, and just this week, Vietnam has a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier.
Yes, they do.
Hosting them.
Right there, yep.
So,
well, hold that thought, because I do. I think I still have that story over here. Interesting times we're living in here, but yeah, we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. That's our number, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump claims he did nothing wrong, discussing what prosecutors say were classified documents with his staff and others after he left office. While rallying in New Hampshire, Trump took time out to say he and his staff were going through a lot of things.
Copies of magazines, copies of different plans, copies of stories having to do with many, many subjects.
Trump was responding to a CNN audio recording of a 2021 meeting where he discusses holding on to the documents. Smoke from Canadian wildfires is once again drifting down to the U.S.
The air quality in Chicago and Minneapolis ranked as the worst in the world among major cities Tuesday. Smaller cities in the Great Lakes region like Grand Rapids, Michigan, saw even worse air quality. The smoky condition comes just weeks after the Northeast was blanketed by smoke caused by the wildfires in Canada. I'm Lisa Taylor.
At the same time, rip currents have caused the deaths of 11 people within just 2 weeks along the U.S. Gulf Coast between Alabama and Panama City Beach, Florida. Americans will have to deal with issues at airports once again due to severe weather. According to FlightAware, over 5,200 flights have been delayed within, into, or out of the U.S. so far Tuesday. Meantime, over 1,600 flights have been canceled. Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to testify before the House later this summer. Although it's a regularly scheduled hearing with the House Judiciary Committee, it comes as some Republicans call for his impeachment following whistleblower testimony about the Hunter Biden case. Reports say the in-laws of NASCAR star Jimmy Johnson and an 11-year-old have been found dead in a murder-suicide in Oklahoma. Muskogee police officer Lynn Hamlin describes how officers initially got involved.
It was a 911 call from a female caller that stated there was a disturbance at her residence and there was someone with a gun, and then hung up.
Terry Janway is suspected of killing her husband Jack and their 11-year-old grandson. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As reported, former President Trump is rallying in New Hampshire, speaking to voters for his 2024 White House bid.
On November 5th, 2024, we're going to stand up to the Marxists and communists, fascists and globalists. We're going to evict crooked Joe Biden.
He spent much of the speech railing against President Biden's domestic and foreign policies. He also criticized the Justice Department, arguing the agency has been weaponized against him. Trump's widening his lead over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire. A new St. Anselm College Survey Center poll shows 47% of voters in the state said they'll support Trump in the 2024 presidential election, a 5-point increase since the last survey in March. A report from the Department of Justice suggests how disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein managed to kill himself inside his New York City jail cell back in 2019.
The Justice Department's report says there's no indication that Epstein's death was the result of foul play. Instead, it was a combination of negligence and misconduct at the Manhattan jail where Epstein was awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. The report indicates Epstein was allowed to have extra bed linens and clothes in his cell, which he used to hang himself. I'm Natalie Migliori, New York.
This year's 4th of July cookout will be more affordable than last year's. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, families can expect to pay less than $68 for a party of 10. That's down 3% from last year's record high of $69.68. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back as we roll into hour number 2. Hump Day coming on. Hello to Robert, our friend there in the Northeast. Morning from the base of Mount Washington in Conway, New Hampshire. Cloudy, 66 degrees. Back to Lewiston to grab another load to feed our friends in New England. Happy Hump Day. All right, Bidu. Hello, Bidu. Checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Buckeye Boy. Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 71 degrees. It was a hot one today. Silly me was working outside, blowing all the leaves, limbs, and craps off the concrete, the front yard, the deck, around the pool, which felt great. Afterward, when I got in, Going with the wife tomorrow. Get fitted for some new golf clubs. All right, fitted for golf clubs. Her driver and woods are okay, but her irons are over 30 years old. I wanted to also extend my heartfelt congratulations to Chris Gabrelchik on his retirement and his dedication to our industry, as well as others in the research, development, and distribution of some of the best products I've ever used in my truck. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. Yeah, thank you so much. Buckeye Boy, appreciate you supporting the program and using the products. Gilligan, good morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Partly cloudy, dry at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up. Hello from Jeffrey. Jeff in New York City, ready for another entertaining, informative show. Roy chimed in, yellow stock, like 99 cents, down 21% this past day. The markets appear to be preparing for the ultimate demise, is the way that's what they're looking at. But give you the rest of the story on that. First, I want to get back to 5-7. What he mentioned there, indeed, I still have the story here. A U.S. aircraft carrier arrived in the central Vietnamese city of Da Nang over the past weekend. Weeks after Hanoi protested against Chinese vessels sailing in its waters, the USS Ronald Reagan's port call in Da Nang as the United States and Vietnam celebrate the 10th anniversary of their comprehensive partnership. Now, of course, the aircraft carrier, part of the U.S. 7th Fleet, supporting a free and open Indo-Pacific region, arrived with 2 escort ships, the guided missile cruisers USS Antietam and the USS Robert Smalls. According to the American Embassy in Hanoi, Navy officials disembarked, shaking hands with the Vietnamese military counterparts, and a brief ceremony Sunday afternoon. More than 5,000 sailors aboard the USS Ronald Reagan, eager to visit Da Nang and experience Vietnamese culture. According to the USS Ronald Reagan's commanding officer in a statement, Vietnam and the U.S. share increasingly close trade links, as well as concern over China's growing strength in the region. All right. Back to 5-7 there, but yeah, that's not a very common thing, is it?
It's 5,000 sailors going ashore to experience culture. Is that what they call it?
What does that mean, right? That means I think I could guess.
Well, when the carrier visited Australia, they were doing that culture down there too, and they had to shut down the brothels because the girls were wore out. So they had to bring them in from all over the country.
Good Lord.
Go Navy! Go Navy! All right, back to being serious. They desperately, our enemies, former enemies, desperately want us to protect them. Who's the good guy here? Who won? A lot of dead people for politics, but who won in the end? I've got it. That's how come I'm never going to tear that tag out of my ball cap. So I didn't pay attention when I bought it, but when I seen that the Marine had to pull that tag out of his, and, you know, I'm already listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and I'm already paying attention to the news. And back when they, the destroyer first visited Vietnam. So, but here's where it comes down, where the Chinese actually saved my butt from a predicament. I'm sitting there, like I said, from the Bradford Exchange, and when we was watching that video, and Newsmax covered that airplane that was buzzing our one of our Orion airline planes, definitely a spy plane, but that's what it is. And when it cut across our destroyer, and I was able to look at my wife, and I said, "Now, honey, if I wear that jacket to the VA." And I know, I go into the VA, they'll know that the Chinese made that jacket. And they'll know, they know what's going on. And I just sorry, I just can't do it. She looked at me and she said, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I said, I know. But so anybody out there, Bradford Exchange, all this stuff, that pro-military, I imagine they do Army, everything else.
Sure.
Guess what? It's who knows? It's a Muslim Uyghur that had the enslavement that had to make that. So just heads up on that. And like I said, I'm clear with her now. And actually, we took those garments and now we pray like a prayer cloth over the Chinese people and the enslaved people in China. So we still going to use it, but we're going to turn it on them through put it in the hands of God, and as a reminder that there's millions of people enslaved, multi-millions of people enslaved in that culture. And other than that, one other thing.
Yes.
It was on the news. This leak of Donald Trump, I bet you, Pappy, I have this, because I was watching on Newsmax. The leak of Donald Trump talking about that, waving that paper in the air or whatever. There's a gag order on anything on Donald Trump, which would be on the Justice Department too. How'd that leak get to the news media?
Correct.
Trump didn't release it, and nobody else had it. So guess what?
The DOJ.
This may turn the case, and because that's their only, according to the lady on Newsmax, that's the only thing they got, and they're desperate to try to get the people to turn on him. So other than that, enjoying the show. We're going to sit back, copy the mail, drink our coffee. Thanks for letting me take the front door, and we're going to get this load of chips down to Savannah so they can make some paper.
All right, there you go.
Boy.
Thank you much. Copy. All right, Yellow, what's the latest? LTL carrier Yellow announcing this past day they filed a $137 million breach of contract lawsuit against the International Brotherhood of Teamsters for blocking proposed changes to modernize how the carrier operates. Yellow said the union doesn't have the authority to stop a proposed change of operations, which the company views as the linchpin to survival. Yellow alleges that union interference has harmed the company to the tune of $137.3 million and counting in lost adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, as well as at least $1.5 billion for a loss in enterprise value that the company is sustaining and will sustain. All right, we do not take this action lightly, but the union's leadership has left us with no choice. According to Yellow management in a news release, for many months we've made good faith efforts to meet with the IBT to propose a path forward that works for all parties. But they refuse to even meet, let alone engage in honest talks. They go into the whole phase 2 of operations, which we're all familiar with that. Phase 1 was completed, but that's where the Teamsters steps in. The union has been adamant that this latest proposal would require too many utility positions, which require drivers to work freight on the docks at various locations. It says its members, employees, have given billions in the form of wage, benefits, pension concessions in the past, and it will not bail out the company again. It plans to honor the current contract in place, which expires next year. Fred Zuckerman, Teamsters General Secretary Treasurer, says the company is misleading our members and the public. We have a contract with Yellow that expires March 31 of 24, and Teamsters are living up to it. This lawsuit is a desperate, last-ditch attempt to save face. But Yellow says the Teamsters have no right to interfere with the changes they're seeking. So there's two sides to every story. The complaint alleges Sean O'Brien, Teamsters General President, has prevented Yellow from meeting with Teamster leadership. They contend that the union has been on board with Yellow's restructuring plan, But it's O'Brien's militant approach that has stalled the implementation now. Now, however, the union has reversed course and without any justification refuses to comply with its contractual obligations to cooperate with and not impede the implementation of the remaining phases of One Yellow. So where do things go from here? They've got claims of the breach of contract, according to the Teamsters, are unfounded. They are without merit, according to Sean O'Brien's response. For a company that loves to cry poor, Yellow's executives seem to have no problem paying a team of high-priced lawyers to wage a public relations battle, all in a failed attempt to mask their incompetence. Now, the lawsuit said Yellow could run out of cash as soon as mid-July, at which point in time, creditors will likely force the company into liquidation. The company reported total liquidity of $168 million at the end of the first quarter, which was down $109 million from the year-ago period. However, that change included a $98 million reduction in debt. Cash flow from operations was $13 million in that period. Now, Yellow continues to record net losses and booked a 100.8% operating ratio in the first quarter. It has $1.3 billion in debt that comes due next year, with total obligations of $1.5 billion outstanding when including lease finance obligations. Lawsuits showed Yellow also reached out to the White House and Senator Bernie Sanders to no avail in efforts to broker a deal. Now, of course, remember, we talked last evening, the Treasury made a $700 million COVID relief loan to the company in July of 2020. That actually made the U.S. government the largest shareholder in Yellow, as it now holds 30.1% of its outstanding stock. That loan matures September 30 of next year. The recent request to defer health and welfare and pension contributions for the months of July and August in an effort to preserve cash. However, there's no update on that request. All right, shares of Yell, Y-E-L-L, Yellow, were down 28% at 11:13 Tuesday morning compared to the S&P 500, which was actually up 0.3%. Shares of LTL carriers, other LTL carriers, were pretty much all up, anywhere from 3 to as much as 7% at the same time as investors contemplate Yellow's potential demise. I mean, the stock had gone from, somewhere near $14 per share, which, again, it is now down to 99 cents as of this past day. Wow. Is that Rubber Duck?
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. What's been happening?
Well, just sitting here listening to the show, the big picture, and I really don't want to upset the yellow drivers, but I'm going to remind some people of something right here. In the car hauling industry, on the union side, there was 12,000 drivers. The last contract, there was only 3,000 drivers that were represented by the union that agreed on that contract. And some of the things that they have put in that contract, unfortunately, the first thing comes up is the World Socialist Web. Well, that's not really a site we want to quote or anything like that. But what I've seen over my 20 years in this business is that they've put so many stipulations. When we had yellow drivers delivering at one of my first jobs, they would pick up a box and hand it to you, let alone move a pallet past the end of the lift gate. They got paid for everything they did, for breakdown and all that. They've set the standard for us to get our wages. However, they never adapted. If you don't adapt, well, we watch the dinosaurs go away. And it sucks because they have things that they've asked for and they've received that have made it better for everybody else in the trucking industry. But they also have some things that they're not going to have a job. And they shouldn't have to give up anything else. Maybe the whole thing just needs to be just let go. And those drivers move into the pool.
Right. I mean,
they're not gonna...
undoubtedly, I mean, when one goes away, I mean, it's kind of the same discussions we had when back in, what was it? Well, when did General Motors and all they were going under? And, well, you know, some said, well, let them go under because then, you know, other auto manufacturers would have to step in and build more cars. Other LTL carriers are probably, you know, licking their chops right now. Yeah, Landline reported, obviously, the salespeople with these other LTLs are right now probably calling on the still remaining customers of Yellow saying, hey, you're going to need somebody to move your freight here. Go ahead and jump ship.
We have to make sure there's no interruption. Those people have to survive. And this really sucks for the Yellow guys because, I mean, but it also was with Leaseway Motor Carriers. It was with Ryder. It was with E&L. There's only 2 union car hauling.
I believe it looks like Rubber Duck lost his cell there. He disappeared nonetheless. All right, maybe he'll dial us back up. Yeah, this is not unprecedented, right? This May, Landline shared this past, I think John Bendel was kind of going back in down memory lane. This may be the ugliest spectacle of a big unionized LTL carrier poised anxiously on the brink of bankruptcy, but it's not the first. What does the end of a major national carrier look like? Do you recall Labor Day of 2002? The 15,000 employees of Consolidated Freightways, most of them Teamsters, were told to call a toll-free number to hear a message from the company's CEO. Consolidated, also known as CF, was the country's biggest LTL carrier at the time. Well, they dial the number, and it says, "Thank you for dialing in on this holiday weekend. I hope you and your family are enjoying your time together. I have some extremely urgent and sad news to share with you today. After a brief account of the company's failed effort to get more money from lenders, he said, your employment ends immediately. It was over. CF was dead. 15,000 people suddenly out of work. Now, Yellow says bankruptcy would put 30,000 people out of work, 22,000 of them Teamsters. Yeah, like Yellow, CF was a legacy carrier from the days of regulated trucking, and it had been struggling for years. Like all less-than-truckload carriers, CF's truckload and large LTL shipments had been siphoned off by the bustling, non-union truckload sector. The LTLs lost small shipments, too, called minis, for the minimum shipment charge that applied. Yeah, most were retail deliveries, often to individual shops. UPS had taken most of that business after raising its maximum weight limit. CF was worse off than the others, with maintenance deferred, no money for equipment. Does that sound familiar? CF's ragtag trucks had become an embarrassment. The vast crumbling fleet was a rolling advertisement of the company's crumbling finances. CF stock that sold for $38 a share a year or so earlier was worth 70 cents a share the Friday before that weekend. On Labor Day, September 2nd, it was worth nothing. Nothing. CF was reportedly the third largest corporate bankruptcy in U.S. history. So, of course, sounds very familiar to what's taking place today. CF had survived for 20 years after deregulation, at least in part by taking over the LTL business of other Teamster carriers that had already collapsed. So just as Yellow's salespeople surely reached out to CF shippers 21 years ago, other LTL reps are probably calling on Yellow's customers right now. But this time around's a bit different, he said. Most of those LTLs are non-union. As a former Teamsters member, I'm finding it hard to understand how the end of 22,000 Teamster jobs at Yellow benefits the Teamsters, unions in general, or the 22,000 individual Yellow members who would find themselves out of work at Yellow. Now, of course, yes, they'll probably find themselves a job at other LTLs, but it'll probably be, obviously, with non-union carriers. All right, interesting times, but hey, we'll get a news break and back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is defending his actions of discussing alleged classified documents with his staff and others after leaving office.
And what was said was absolutely fine and very, very perfectly. We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax.
Trump responding to a CNN audio recording from 2021 where he talks about retaining the documents. Trump mentioned that he and his staff were dealing with a number of matters besides those documents. Flight delays and cancellations continue to pile up due to severe weather. According to FlightAware, over 4,700 flights have been delayed within or out of the U.S. Meantime, over 1,400 flights have been canceled across the country. Ryan Seacrest will be named the new host of Wheel of Fortune. That's according to the New York Times, which cited two people familiar with plans for the long-running game show. Pat Sajak recently announced the next season of the show will be his last after 4 decades of hosting. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Coming up, we'll get to the heat wave, the scorching temperatures being brought on by the heat dome that's been taxing the power grid in Texas, threatening to bring record highs, additional record highs to the state before it's expanding to other parts of the South for the rest of the coming week. Before I get back to the call, one quick point there. John Bendel was indeed the one that wrote that piece this past day, kind of going back in time, reminiscing about CF and what unfolded there and the similarities, the way things begin to appear today with yellow. But his mention of the fact he's failing to see how the end of 22,000 Teamster jobs would do anything good for the Teamsters or other unions in general. One thing that I caught in the barn meeting that we shared last week was that during the conversations with the leadership there that were trying to tell them, hey, we're going to run out of money. You need to do this. You need to get a hold of Sean O'Brien and tell him to come to the table and let's try to get something done. And some of the members, those who've been there for many, many years and already been through previous concessions, saying enough is enough. I almost feel like they're saying, as far as the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien's kind of saying that this allowing the demise of these 22,000 jobs may be necessary because they can't seem to convince any other companies to have any interest in unionizing. And they point out the fact everywhere you go, where they, they're trying to organize this company or that company. As far as trucking's concerned, they say, hey, what the hell are you talking about? You want to become the next Yellow? Lied to, and not lower wages, and so I to some extent I think that may be what they're looking at. That, long story short, you may lose 22,000 jobs right now, but they feel that maybe in the future they might be able to say, see, we stuck to our guns. We're not going to accept, the lower wages and the concessions, and using that as maybe a point to try to convince other companies to maybe unionize. What do you think, Rubber Duck? Welcome back.
I'm back and the liquor store's closed, so we're in trouble for this one.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. As a car hauler, the union killed the industry. There was 12,000 car haulers right before the last contract.
Mm-hmm.
The last contract fought for 3,000 jobs. Where'd the 9,000 jobs go?
Mm-hmm.
We're still hauling cars. We're working for companies. We're getting paid wages. We've played the game where we've built a company from 2 trucks to, well, I think he's 140 now. We stopped playing the game when he got to 30 because the rules were there. We can make good money. They wanted to run you. You're going to run. You're going to work. Like I said about the yellow guy, you got to pick the box up and carry it to the end of the truck. I got tired of being gone for 3 and 4 weeks at a time. I played it and found somebody that could get me home every day. Or at the worst, maybe 3 nights a week, I'm out. I took a huge pay cut. I will not bash the Teamsters, because if it wasn't for the Teamsters, I couldn't demand the percentage of the wage that I get.
Mm-hmm.
I get a very good percentage. That's the key word. The more my company makes, the more I make. It's an interesting concept.
Correct.
Commission pay.
Yeah.
Commission pay. We had that. I sold cars, okay? When I fell off the car hauler, when my first daughter was born, 1991, I fell off the car hauler at one of my dealerships. What are you going to do? I don't know. Workman's comp, do whatever. Oh, come on. I need some salesmen. Come sell cars. Man, I couldn't sell ice to Eskimos, to be honest, because they had enough. And the people in the desert, they probably didn't want to pay our prices for it. We actually found a niche because we were in Baltimore. We were exporting Ford Explorers to Russia. We had a guy buy 500 Ford Explorers of the first generations. As fast as we can get them to Baltimore, we were putting them on boats. But if I was a Teamster call hauler, what would I got? I would have been put on, layoff or this pay or that pay. I had to invent myself. I had to go find a job. I'm sorry, guys. Everybody's hiring. You just got to watch who you might look for, because some people are actually paying 20 cents a mile more than other people. I'm still where I'm at because I didn't like what they offered put out with Hoosier. I'm staying where I'm at. I'll be down your way tomorrow. I got 8 stops in Columbus in the area. By the time I come down there tomorrow and get there, I might have the last cars picked up by Thursday night. But my dealers are starting to realize that, okay, well, you're staying out an extra night. We need these cars. We'll pay this. They're paying for dinner now. I can put an Applebee's bill in. I couldn't do that before.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't put no alcohol on it. Just do the steak. He's like, you do the 2 for $25? Oh yeah, that's my lunch in the morning when I go up the road. But I pray for the yellow guys because they literally did set a standard back in the day. It was, we all wanted to be home every night. We wanted to do that. And hell, half the time, what are these little Sprinter vans with the sleeper on the top that don't even have a dual wheel? They can't fit more than 1 or 2 pallets in it, but yet these things are running coast to coast. So the whole industry has changed. We're not just tractor trailers. somebody literally could pay somebody to bring, well, it was Roberts Express, which grew into, well, FedEx Ground and the others now back in the day that did the expedited. I think the expedited is dropped. Our Teamster jobs have dropped. There's no way I could. There's 2 Teamster companies left in the car hauling business. And I really think there's going to be one. And it sucks. Because without them, I can't go into my boss and say, I need a raise. But
I know that
I think
that had been the premise for so many years, where people love them or hate them. I know there's this whole divide. When it comes to unions, when union carriers get a better wage, you're right. Others, non-union, if they want to keep their drivers from going over to the union, making better money. But somewhere down the line, that all changed, and obviously with Yellow, when they were taking their concessions because they were out of money. Other carriers were saying, "Hey, look, they're willing to work for less. I hate to tell you, but we're going to have to actually pay you a little less here." It turned into the opposite scenario. But all right, it's 844-844-3388. Who we got on board here?
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
Long time no talk. How you been?
I'm doing just fine. Who is this?
It's Brain Dead.
Oh, Brain Dead. Okay, it says Randy on my screen. I'm thinking, I don't know who that is. Randy. What's going on, Brain Dead?
I sat here riding and gliding tonight. I heard you talking about the old infamous lawsuit they've got going on, which is about the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It takes this as a current Yellow employee that's looking to leave. Yes, I am exploring my options very seriously. And I am starting to put feelers out. My hat's off to the Spaceman and a few other people that I know that worked over here for 30 years. I don't know how in the world they done it, but my hat's off to you. And a couple of friends of mine still work over here. It's the attitude. It's a bunch of childish games, Steve. What's his name? I can't think of the CEO of Yellow, Hawkins, can't get it through his thick skull. It's not the time to reopen the contract right now. They don't normally open our contract up till the end of the year to start even negotiating. They're not even thinking about us. They're more worried about ABF right now, UPS, and T-Force right now. Yeah. Yellow wants to push that second phase 3. That's all they're trying to do. But at the same time, though, they have not fully sat down with everybody, that union leadership, and even us as the rank and file, and said, this is what you're going to do, this is what's going to happen, this is, and explain it out. Because you could walk onto any yard, Steve, and bring up this contract in the phase 2, and you'll talk to 5 people and get 30 different answers. I want to know exactly what the job functions is, what's going to happen. But at the same time, though, Steve, this company and the Teamsters both are antiqued. I said it before, and I'll say it again. They fail to realize this is 2023, not 1993. And it's only when they're going to get out of that mindset that they'll actually be profitable again. I mean, it's crazy how much paper we waste on a daily basis. It's insane, Steve.
So what do you think? I'm trying to understand where they're saying they have to strike some kind of a deal with O'Brien and the union as a whole, or they're not going to be able to get financing to finance the existing debt. And so they're pretty much, their back is totally against the wall right now.
They're grasping the straws is what they're doing. I mean, I'm waiting on this chapter to come out. The playbook is me and Dingbat and Gilligan. I think we're talking about this earlier, in that they could file a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, say this case gets tossed out, Steve, file a Chapter 11 bankruptcy, they can go and throw out the union by itself and come back as a non-union carrier paying just about as good money. But right now their reputation is being tarnished because of the whole childish antics, throwing stuff in the media. I mean, it's like I said to a friend of mine over in Little Rock, I said, you know, have you seen what the latest tonnage report is from Old Dominion or Saia or FedEx Freight? And he says, no. I said, then why the hell are we putting these numbers out? Why are we throwing our numbers out for the customers to make up their mind? There's some things that you should make public, and there's some things you should not make public, Steve. And that's one of them. But I don't know why our company is so hell-bent on throwing stuff out to the media. It's beyond me, Steve. But this is just the icing on the cake. I mean, my terminal manager is a real a-hole. I'm going to clean up the language a little bit here.
Okay.
He cannot figure out why me and the senior driver on this run take 13 hours to do this run. And everybody else can run it in 12. So it's quite simple. Audit the logbooks. Audit the logbook, audit the time cards. Quite simple. You'll see if you can understand the DOT rules. I'm not talking about the Candy DOT. I'm talking about the Department of Transportation. Because, yeah, he may be like, I don't know, like Grandpa Munster or something. I don't know how old he is. But he just doesn't have a grasping working concept of the DOT regulations. And he is more worried, and this is the other stupid part about this company, too. They sit there, they say they want to attract and retain people, right? Dingbat has applied here 5 times in 6 years. Every time she's been turned down. I mean, she even has gone so far as done the drug test, waiting on the orientation start date. And they say, hey, sorry, we can't hire you. But yet she's got plenty of experience that you're looking for and wanting just to turn her down. But yet you hire any piece of trash off the side of the road that says, hey, you know, you're breathing and, you know, no intelligence, hey, you got the job. But even to retain people such as myself, you know, who are doing a job nobody wants to do, does it 110%, and does it better than what's even asked of them to do, you want to run them off? Gee, that's really intelligent, Steve. Why would you want to run your good people off to your competition? Oh, well.
Well, so you got your feelers out. It sounds like, I don't know if they're saying mid-July. Hopefully you start getting some bites pretty quick.
Well, I've heard July, I've heard October, I've heard August. The only thing I've heard is my paycheck hitting the door. You know, when it comes in, it goes out. The other thing too, and not many people realize, right now this is a employer's market. If these employers can find the one littlest thing not to hire you for, they'll find it. So since I've got yellow on my record twice, by the way, there's strike one. There's strike one. I have a friend of mine tell me today, and I come in, or tonight on the way in, that another company, I'm going to keep them nameless, is aggressively hiring our people to come on over and work for them. Okay, yeah, that's fine and all, but will they follow through with what they back up? Because, see, a lot of people will not hire a Teamster because of the whole, well, we don't want to get unionized mentality. I'm going to say this right here on national radio, Steve. I could care less, except for the paycheck and the benefits. That's it. Whatever these two monkeys want to do, take your heads off. I don't care. My paycheck is good and my benefits are excellent. I don't care. I could care less, Steve. But that's going to be one of the hard problems right now. And I feel for all my yellow friends and relatives or whatever you want to call them, but all the people, all of us here at Yellow, because we're screwed. I mean, UPS is going to take some in, ABF's going to take some in, T4's going to take some in. But other than that, the rest of us, we're going to be SOL, Steve. Hopefully.
Well, it's good hearing from you. Don't be such a stranger there. Brain dead. It's been a while, hasn't it? All right. What are we looking at? Hello to Debbie. Good morning, Steve. A nice 61 degrees here in Indiana. Warming up to about 84 today. Hoping everybody stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver. Have a wonderful hump day. There you go. All right, Woodpecker, be safe. Okay, about the heat. Yes, the heat begins to expand. Going forward, the heat's going to expand northward to Kansas City, the entire state of Oklahoma, into the Mississippi Valley, all the way to the far western Florida Panhandle, and parts of western Alabama. But the heat dome's going to be still parked right over Texas. Record highs about 110 degrees are forecast in parts of western Texas. And relief not expected for before the 4th of July holiday. Dallas, one of the residents summed up the weather pretty simply. It's just too hot. Said she often urges local friends to visit her native Washington state to beat the heat in summertime. You can't go outside for months in Texas. You can't go for a walk. I mean, this heat dome. By the time we get to the middle of summer, it's hard to get the hot air aloft. According to Texas A&M's College of Atmospheric Sciences, if it's going to happen, this is the time of year it will. July and August don't have as much sunlight because the sun's retreating after the summer solstice, of course, which was last Wednesday. One thing that's a little unusual about the heat wave is we had a fairly wet April and May. Usually that extra moisture kind of serves as a bit of an air conditioner, but the air aloft is so hot, it wasn't able to prevent the heat wave from occurring. In fact, added a bit to the humidity. Now, the heat continuing for a second week after prompting the Texas power grid operator to ask residents last week to voluntarily cut back on power usage, the record demand on the system. According to the National Integrated Health Information System, more than 46 million people from West Texas to southeastern New Mexico to the western Florida Panhandle are currently under some sort of a heat alert. And there you go. So the heat continues to expand. All right, a couple of minutes before we hit news break, top of the hour here. We'll jump on board, get started with Pappy. What's happening here?
What's going on, Steve?
Did you get the rest of your donut holes dug yesterday?
No, it's not done. Not done. But shout out to the two-time world champion manure hauler for being so observant in that photo. He's got quite the situational awareness going on there, right? Hey, but a big shout out to Chris, Steve. Man, you talk about the true American dream, right? Man, he's just shows what this country's all about. When you take somebody, puts their mind to doing something, doesn't sit on their rump, and man, it's Steve. I'm almost speechless, you know. And you talk about a man with a heart of gold. What he has done for so many people, including yourself, myself. Horse feathers.
Make-A-Wish,
West Point vet.
Sarah Lee, West Point, yes.
Sarah Lee.
And so many others, yeah.
Yes, sir. But man, well deserved, you know. I think I made a comment on your post telling him to hammer down. Well, don't hammer down. Let's just kick back, Chris, and enjoy the rest of it, man. It's well deserved. So thank you for everything he's done. Thank you.
I think he's gonna be spending a lot of time there in the Sunshine State. That's the plan. Retire into Florida there. He's been spending a lot of time there anyway. But yeah. Let's pause there as we close things out for hour number 2. Correct. Rolling into Hump Day, and plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Got a scam alert we'll share with you coming up next hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump is denying any wrongdoing and discussing classified documents with his staff and others after leaving office. In a response to a 2021 CNN audio recording where he talks about keeping the documents, Trump says that he and his staff were occupied with various matters.
Copies of magazines, copies of different plans, copies of stories having to do with many, many subjects.
He recently pleaded not guilty to 37 counts related to the documents. The Supreme Court released important rulings today, but more significant decisions are yet to come. It ruled against Republicans in North Carolina regarding congressional district maps, leaving that decision to local courts. The court also addressed online harassment prosecution and overturned a stalking conviction. Pending rulings include the legality of President Biden's college loan forgiveness and the use of affirmative action in college admissions. Consumer confidence has reached its highest level in 18 months, with the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index rising over 7 points in June. However, the survey indicates a decrease in the number of individuals planning to make significant purchases, like cars or homes, within the next 6 months. Smoke from Canadian wildfires is once again drifting down to the U.S.
The air quality in Chicago and Minneapolis ranked as the worst in the world among major cities Tuesday. Detroit ranked as the 4th worst. Smaller cities in the Great Lakes region like Grand Rapids, Michigan, saw even worse air quality. Conditions there reach code purple, the 2nd worst air quality index reading. The smoky condition comes just weeks after the Northeast was blanketed by smoke caused by the wildfires in Canada. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Justice Department has strongly criticized the Bureau of Prisons for the events surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's prison death. Epstein, the disgraced financier, died by suicide in 2019. The DOJ's Office of the Inspector General published a report outlining the failures that allowed Epstein the opportunity. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is raising doubts about whether former President Trump is the optimal candidate to challenge President Biden in 2024.
The question is he the strongest to win the election? I don't know that answer, but can anybody beat Biden? Yeah, anybody can beat Biden.
McCarthy, in an interview with CNBC, former President Trump's allies are criticizing Speaker McCarthy's comments. The White House is trying to get its message across to voters that President Biden's economic policies are working. Principal Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton.
Our economy has recovered faster than any major economy in the entire world, and that's happening because of President Biden's leadership.
Dalton pointed out the declining inflation and the unemployment rate below 4%. Despite this, the administration has faced criticism as recent polls show a majority of Americans disapprove of Biden's handling of the economy. Over $200 billion of potential COVID relief pandemic funds were lost to fraudulent schemes. That's according to the Small Business Administration's Inspector General. The report indicates that nearly $30 billion of those funds have been recovered by the Inspector General's office, the SBA, the Secret Service, and other federal agencies. The in-laws of NASCAR star Jimmy Johnson and an 11-year-old have been found dead in a murder-suicide. Police in Muskogee, Oklahoma say Terry Janway is suspected of killing her husband Jack and their 11-year-old grandson. The Janway's daughter is Johnson's wife and the 11-year-old her nephew. Police say the shooting happened at home last night. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a clean your burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, just like that, another hour in the books as we roll into a Wednesday. All right, back to Pappy here. Well, let me see. Come on, computer, pick up. Hey, there we go. Welcome back.
There you go. Hey. All right, well, Bongino played the full minute and 30-second recording of this deal with Trump. And I listened to it a couple times, Steve. And I'm telling you, I don't see any smoking gun. Just like Bongino said, he didn't see any smoking gun.
Okay.
I mean, there were some things said in there that, criminal though. Steve, I mean, here's the deal with the DOJ and the FBI, man. I mean, to trump up charges on someone, right, which they have done in the past multiple times. Steve, that'd be like me signing criminal charges on somebody when I know, right, that they didn't commit this crime. Are you kidding me, man? This is who we're dealing with. Did you listen to it at all? Did you get a chance to see it or hear it rather?
Just a little clip that they were playing on the news last evening, which that was a small piece.
Yeah. It's funny how CNN gets their hands on that, ain't it? Oh, man.
Well,
here's the deal.
Trump spokesperson said there's no way that Trump didn't release the audio. The Department of Justice released the audio. 5-7 was talking about, I think they were, Alina Habba, is that her name, spokesperson for Trump? She's the one that was talking about that on Newsmax last evening.
Steve, here's the deal. They know they're not going to get a conviction. They know they have nothing, just like they didn't have anything the last 3 times. It's just meant to destroy him in the media.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. It's trying to tamper with an election again. That's all it is. That's what's going on here. Man. The whole conversation, it sounded like that. Remember General Milley? Mark Milley?
Absolutely.
Famous guy that kind of told China, right? Hey, don't worry if Trump gets out of hand, man. I'll give you a heads up.
Yep.
Right? Same disgraced general. So he was out more warmongering, Steve, and that's what the military does, right? They love to get in the game of war because that's what they do. Along with the military-industrial complex in D.C., they love war. It's a big money-making machine for them. Along with all the D.C. swamps. That's why we're seeing all that money going over to Ukraine. So apparently, Milley was running his jibs about Iran, Iraq over there. He was trying to say that Trump was the warmonger. That he was trying to keep Trump in check. When in fact, it was the opposite. And when you listen to that, he says, this proves that I was right. And he's talked about the war documents or war plans. But it still wasn't clear what he was waving around in his hand. Was this, somebody wrote an article diming out Milley, proving that this wasn't Trump. It was Milley that was running his mouth. There was an article put out about it. So was that what he was waving around? It's just not clear. And why didn't they leak that? Bongino made a great point. Why ain't that leaked? How come that's not mentioned in the affidavit? Do they have, why didn't the FBI, Steve, confiscate it when they did their raid?
Yeah.
What is this document? Nobody knows. Neither does the DOJ. So, it's just, hey, I will say this. I'm going to make a prediction, right? Remember who I thought Trump was going to pick for vice president? Come on, Steve, don't let me down here, man.
You were talking, well, at one point you were talking, what's her name out of Arizona? Is it Carrie?
Yes, sir. Carrie Lake.
Okay.
I'm still holding true to that, Steve. That was my prediction. See if it comes out to become true or not. Steve, the media, remember me saying a couple months ago, talking to you, that watch for the media to turn on Biden. The media is starting to turn on Biden. Bongino talked about this too when I caught it. Steve, there's so much evidence coming out on the big guy, man, every day, right?
Yep.
The Oversight Committee is just, I mean, every day they are coming up with something. New evidence. More SARs, the bank payments. There was a guy, I can't remember his name, Steve. Beg on it. He gave a presser talking about, hey, we got more bank statements. We got more payments made to the Biden family. Each day they're getting more and more stuff. Did you hear about this phone?
Yeah, the satellite phone, international, $300 a month, paid for by Hunter's company, so Daddy, the big guy, could call him anywhere in the world.
But the big guy says he has no idea about Hunter Biden's financial businesses, right, Steve?
Yes.
Even though they have visited the White House at least on 9 occasions, one of the guys from Burisma. You know, Steve, when you go into the White House, you got to sign a law, man. You don't just walk in there, hey, I'm here to see the president. That's got to be approved. And there's a visitor's log. And due to the Freedom of Information Act, they know Hunter met with these people, and he's still out there lying. There's photographs out there with him. There's text messages. I'm telling you, that Biden or that Hunter laptop deal, Steve, there is so much stuff in there. Media's starting to know it. I don't think the big guy is going to be the Democratic nominee. They're going to throw him under the bus, Steve. It's just a matter of time.
Yep. Well, and then, you know, what if then I saw someone said the other day that Kamala Harris is the greatest insurance of not removing Biden. You know, if they throw Biden under the bus, then you've got Kamala. And you see where she stands, the least popular vice president in history.
No. Listen, they're not going to kick him out of office. He's just not going to get the nomination.
Okay.
You follow me? They're not going to kick him out. It's like if we try to impeach him, the Senate's not going to impeach him. They're just going to let him ride it out for the next year and a half and do the things they need to do, but they got to get him out of there. Bongino even said he wouldn't put it past for him to come out and do a Johnson speech. I will not accept the nomination. If I'm nominated, I will not accept it. That's how bad it's getting. Steve, when we talked about that phone, what do cops do, man, when they get people's phones, Steve? That's records of who has been called. Right?
And that's what they're trying to get their hands on right now. Can they get those records?
Oh, they can get them. You know, I'm sure they'll try to fight the issue like they've been doing. But they can get them. So, these phone calls that have been released. Steve, and here's the thing. Nobody's disputing. Nobody from the White House has came out and said, hey, them phone calls aren't Joe Biden. Right? Nobody's came out and denied that. And if they could tie a phone record to calling these people overseas, that's kind of like nail in the coffin, ain't it?
You would certainly think. Again, right now they're just trying to, I guess they're just hoping that the audio never surfaces and they can say it doesn't exist until it does.
Well, to the communist media, it doesn't exist. They don't play it. They can't let people know this out there. Only us nocturnal listeners know about this stuff. So the question is, then, who's going to be the Democratic nomination? Who's going to win the nomination? Who's going to run? Well, we know Robert F. Kennedy's running. And I don't think they're going to want him in there, Steve.
He's polling fairly well, if you can trust the polls.
Yes, sir.
Like 32%, I think, something like that.
Yeah. The things that he is coming out and saying, YouTube would ban him, right? Facebook would censor him. The old Twitter would censor him. You need to listen to some of his speeches, man. And another thing Bongino was talking about is this 2024 election that they are going to use AI, artificial intelligence, to decipher what's truth and what's not truth, or what's disinformation. There's some evidence of that coming, that they are going to, man, you are not going to be, there's no conservative going to be able to say anything on YouTube, Facebook. It's all going to get censored. So we'll see, man. I don't know. The only thing I can say is what we've said in the past, Steve. You got to get out and vote. If you say, well, daggone it, it's rigged. Well, you know what? If it takes 10 of our votes, to counteract the false votes, whatever, Steve, I don't think there's another chance, man. I think 2024 is it. If we don't take over the swamp and make some serious changes to the DOJ, FBI, I think it's too late. I don't see how we can survive another 6 years of this.
Right.
So we'll see. I was going to talk about the old globalist thing, but I'll save that for another night. So I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. And congratulations to Chris. Enjoy it. Thanks for taking my call. Everybody hammer down. Be safe.
All right. And he mentioned RFK and censorship. And matter of fact, RFK was actually talking about that yesterday. He says right now he's being censored via YouTube. Give me more on that after a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats should be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at 23 past the hour. Let me go ahead and grab the RFK interview story this past day. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Democratic presidential candidate, revealing this past day that YouTube had taken down yet another interview that he was featured in, announcing the development in a Twitter thread suggesting that the removal of his talk with former New York Post reporter Al Gart is an act of political censorship. You know, people made a big deal about Russia supposedly manipulating internet information to influence a presidential election. Shouldn't we be worried when giant tech corporations are doing the same thing? You know, when industry and government are so closely linked, there's little difference between private and government censorship. Suppression of free speech is not suddenly okay when it's contracted out to the private corporations that control the public square. He then cited Elon Musk's Twitter files. Remember the series of internal company documents publicized proving big tech's collusion with the federal government? Twitter complied. Doubtless, Facebook, YouTube, and the rest received similar requests. YouTube probably acted on its own initiative because it has internalized the political wishes of the establishment. It's not the first time Kennedy's been pulled from YouTube interviews. Last week, YouTube removed an interview from between Kennedy and another prominent commentator, Jordan Peterson. It was later reposted to Jordan Peterson's podcast Twitter account. Mediate later reported that YouTube's reason for removing the interview was related to a collection of statements made by Kennedy connecting chemicals in the water supply to the development of gender dysphoria. Now, what did he say? I think a lot of problems we see in kids, particularly boys, is probably underappreciated on that how much that's coming from chemical exposures, including a lot of the sexual dysphoria that we're seeing. Now, oddly enough, just as they removed those comments last week about problems with chemicals in the water, did not 3M, wasn't it 3M that said they're going to pay how many billions? Was it $17 billion in a settlement to where for years, I guess they admitted that some of these, what they call forever chemicals. We're getting into the water supply systems, the municipal water supply around the country. So there is some issues with what we've been drinking over the years, if you want to be honest about it. I guess you're not allowed to say that publicly. Is that the whole idea? All right, what do we got here? Carolina Monkey Gouger will join us once again. Eagle will be checking in here on a Wednesday morning. Well, we're getting pretty close to the news break time here, so let me get to, I mentioned, hey, there's a new scam. Now, this particular story was out of Ohio, but it's a national thing, all right? The Ohio Department of Public Safety issued a warning this past day about a sophisticated identity theft scheme that is impacting people all over the country. According to the ODPS, the scheme involves the use of stolen personal information to answer online Bureau of Motor Vehicle security questions and gain access to individual BMV accounts. Once inside your account, identity thieves then request a driver's license or identification card reprint to be mailed to a new address. Now, this scheme is incredibly concerning, not only because criminals are ordering up legitimate driver's licenses, but because they can use these cards and the stolen personal information to potentially access your bank account. If you receive a postcard from the Ohio BMV telling you about an address change that you did not request, it's important you take immediate action. This particular scheme was first identified in Texas earlier this year. Thousands of replaced driver's licenses were sent to unauthorized parties using stolen personal information. All right. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is defending his actions of discussing alleged classified documents with his staff and others after leaving office.
And what was said was absolutely fine and very, very perfectly. We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax.
Trump responding to a CNN audio recording from 2021 where he talks about retaining the documents. Trump mentioned that he and his staff were dealing with a number of matters besides those documents. Flight delays and cancellations continue to pile up due to severe weather. According to FlightAware, over 4,700 flights have been delayed within or out of the U.S. Meantime, over 1,400 flights have been canceled across the country. Ryan Seacrest will be named the new host of Wheel of Fortune. That's according to the New York Times, which cited two people familiar with plans for the long-running game show. Pat Sajak recently announced the next season of the show will be his last after 4 decades of hosting. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. They got the latest numbers from ProMiles this past day. Diesel prices, looks like the national diesel average up a bit over the past week. National average now at $3.88 per gallon. So this is actually for the second consecutive week. Most regions saw an increase to the average diesel price, the biggest being right at 5 cents a gallon in the California region again. West Coast saw an average price jump about 3.5 cents. Gulf Coast was up just under 2 cents. There were a couple regions that did see declines, close to 2 cents in the Rocky Mountain region, about a penny in New England. Now with the price per gallon, $3.50, the Gulf Coast, the lowest average in the country. So there you go, national average $3.88. There are still plenty of areas over $4 per gallon. New England at $4.22. The Central Atlantic averaging $4.12 per gallon. $4.68 on the West Coast. California still fine under that $5 per gallon mark, but just barely at $4.98 per gallon. Again, with another nearly nickel increase over, they could very well be back above the $5 mark. With next week's report, which would not surprise me a bit because we got a big travel weekend coming up, right? You got to jack up the prices. What do you say?
That's right. Got to make them dollars.
That's right.
Steve, I was listening to what Rubber Duck was saying a while ago, and you brought up a name, and I sound like Rubber Duck been out to you about long as I have, and I agree with what he was saying. But when that cornflake deal took place, Consolidated Freight, 2002. I was out there in Mariloma, California, right down the street from where that cornflake factory was, where they shut those people out. And, you know, they was all walking around in disarray. I mean, you know, what the hell happened?
Mm-hmm.
But while I had to take a 30-minute break back there at my favorite truck stop there, Jolly Truck Stop, and there was a lady working there. I remember when she was born. And she's been working at that truck stop off and on for the last 35, 36 years. And me and her got to talking about, you know, all the trucking companies that we've seen over the years that come and gone and went. And she said, you remember the old song that Johnny Cash sung, I Drove for Everybody? You know, they ain't no easy run. I know you heard it.
Oh, yeah.
And he started naming all these trucking companies he drove for. Now, if you go back and listen to that song, and he named a bunch of union carriers that were powerhouses in our time. And I don't think there's about 2 or 3 of them companies left out of them 300 he sung about, or however many he sung about. And me and her got to talking about it, and I said, you know, I'm gonna call Steve back about this and throw this at him. You know, cornflake was a big deal when it went out. That was probably the largest LTL, you know, freight hauling company in America. But there was other ones. You look at Transcon, Leeway, Double Diamond, McLean Freight. You just go down the line and look at all these powerhouses that were union controlled that went out of business. And it's scary. Mm-hmm. You know, what the hell happened? Was it the high cost of labor that put them out? Was it mismanagement? Or what caused them to go out over the years? And I mean, buddy, you could sit here and talk to the rest of the show about the union company we've seen fold up. And there's something else that got them Teamsters really shaking in their boots. Is Yellow Roadway is a major contributor to that pension fund. And if they go out, Lord, imagine what's going to happen there. They are going to be screaming. I mean, you know, there's no reason. I mean, you know, back in the day, the union, it served its purpose. But now we have these right-to-work states that these people can work for the same wages these union people are working for and not have to pay their union dues. Sure. And to mismanagement. And they can sit there and preach all the stuff they want to, all their mismanagement, blah, blah, bull crap. You just look over the years at all the union-led freight carriers that went out of business. And, I mean, you look now at the non-union freight companies that's out there running. Old Dominion is probably one of the big dogs on the top of this heap that's going to benefit from this thing immensely. And I guarantee you that they got people out there, Saya and all them out there soliciting freight, say, hey, you don't want your freight stuck on a dock, you let us haul it because Yellow Roadway is gone. I just don't see no way they can bring this thing back. You know, I mean, I just don't see it. But, I mean, have you ever thought about that, Steve? I mean, you've been in this thing for a long time and looked at all the, you know, the union carriers that went by the wayside.
Would you think most of them went by the wayside because non-union carriers were able to offer to haul the same freight for a bit less?
I would say they had a lot to do with it. Deregulation really knocked it in the head. But right, I can remember back when I was, you know, I started my 48th year in driving a truck June the 1st. And I could remember the big freight companies like Roadway, before it ever got hooked up to Yellow, it was Big R and McLean and them. I mean, them trucks would roll. I mean, buddy, they would roll. And Malcolm McLean, which was one of the biggest innovators and streamlining freight on steamship lines. I mean, Malcolm McLean was a mastermind. And he told his boys, he said, if a truck passes you, he's hauling your freight. And I mean, them boys used to roll. And over the, deregulation had a big to do with it. Some of it, and going right on down the line there. But I mean, that conversation me and her had tonight, sitting there just talking BS, and I got to thinking, man, oh man, I could sit here all night long just name the union companies that went by the wayside.
Yep.
And I mean, it's pitiful. So is it the Teamsters Union, mismanagement, or trying to strong on these companies and they're just tired of it, or what? But I mean, it's a mess right now. But before I get off of here, you and Pappy was having a conversation about these Democrats eating one another.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting the full story on everything that's going on. And I don't know if you've seen some of these town hall meetings where AOC got her ass handed to her by all her constituents in a town hall meeting. They just run her off the stage. And they're going to eat Joe Biden. They might let him go right up into the third or fourth month before they start getting in. They're going to eat him. They're turning on him right now because Donald Trump is scaring the crap out of these people. Because, I mean, those polls, you can't pay no attention to them polls no more. That's done been proven in the last two elections that the polls ain't worth nothing. And the thing I cannot figure out, and it's what gets me, Donald Trump is creaming everybody right now. I mean, at one time, he was 43 points ahead of the field. But yet, they'll come around and say, well, he's still 4 points behind Joe Biden. I do not believe that. I do not believe for 1 second that Joe Biden is leading Donald Trump in these polls. And this next year and a half is going to be to decide to where we overcome the swamp. And I hope that when Donald gets back in there, he is smart enough to fire all those carryovers. But have you noticed? You ain't heard a whole lot from Obama and them, because if they prove these phone calls that Pappy was talking about, there was a phone call made, and it was in the conversation in Ukraine where Joe Biden told him to fire that one guy, if you remember, and he said, well, I'll be a SOB. He turned around and fired him. Well, Obama later on was on one of those phone calls. So I imagine right now he's trying to distance himself as far as he can, because he could become implicated in all this mess. It's scary times up there right now, and I just thank the good Lord we got people like Jim Jordan, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the people that are standing up and not scared to talk about what's going on in this country. And I tell you what, Jim Jordan, he has been a man. He is a bulldog at the fresh meat, because, buddy, he is tearing their butt up. So, Steve, thank you for letting me get back in here, man, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night.
Have a good morning. Safe travels. Carolina Monkey Gouger. Did he say, mention the Ukraine? Hey, another day, another week, I guess means, hey, we're going to infuse another, how many million this time around? How about just an even $500 million? Yes, according to the Pentagon, the United States is going to give Ukraine another $500 million in military aid. The U.S. will provide Kyiv with a new military package worth up to $500 million, according to the Pentagon Tuesday, in a show of support for Ukraine's fight against Russia. The package will include ground vehicles, including Bradley fighting vehicles and Stryker armored personnel carriers, munitions for high-mobility artillery rocket systems, according to the Pentagon. Package includes key capabilities to support Ukraine's counteroffensive operations, strengthen its air defenses, and other equipment to help Ukraine push back on Russia's war of aggression. Package is being funded using Presidential Drawdown Authority, or PDA, which authorizes the president to transfer articles and services from U.S. stocks without congressional approval during an emergency. The material will come from U.S. excess inventory. The Security Assistance Package, number 41, the 41st approved by the U.S. for Ukraine since the invasion began. We are now at a total of more than $40 billion. Just a little at a time. Yeah, another $500 million here, $500 million there. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. What's happening tonight?
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple comments tonight since everybody seemed to be talking about what's going on with Yellow. Look like they don't look like they're gonna be around too much. I don't see too many of those trucks over here in Texas where I'm at, Steve. Yellow, they don't really run that much over here in Texas as far as I know. I haven't seen them, and like I said, they got bad equipment, just like people have been commenting. Some of your drivers call in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty bad equipment. The trucks, one that guy called in last night saying that he was at a shop 7 or 8 hours ago. Don't he drive for Yellow?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I've heard some of the things that he said about that company. Like I heard one guy say, "Well, I'm not gonna get involved. That's his situation. He can do what he want to do." But like I say, I don't see him that much of where I'm at, Steve. And like I say, they got a pretty bad reputation. So it wouldn't surprise me if they go out of business or get bought out by somebody or something in the next couple of days or weeks. The way things are looking, not looking too good. That's for damn sure. I'm pretty sure somebody gonna put some money on the table. That's what he's probably waiting on right now. Somebody put enough money on the table so he can get out of the deal, and somebody else take it over and just totally go out. But we'll see what happens when it's all said and done. Hey, Steve, let's get back to let's talk about Donald Trump right quick. Donald Trump, and I support Donald Trump. I've supported him, since I've been calling your show for a long time. But Steve, he's making it real, real difficult to continue supporting Donald Trump. Even McCartney made a comment today about Donald Trump. I've never seen a guy, Steve. I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump. There's a reason why Donald Trump can't keep lawyers, Steve. First of all, Donald Trump doesn't follow the orders that the lawyers tell. He's one of the first people I've ever seen who just basically does what the hell he wants to do and says what he wants to say. I believe that some other people I've talked to, this prosecutor, I forgot what his name is, this Smith guy, I think that's his name.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that Donald Trump has talked so much since this guy has brought the paperwork and accused Donald Trump of this crime. I think that they already said that he's the one that released this tape of Donald Trump. I believe that Donald Trump, his mouth, Steve, I believe his mouth is going to be Donald Trump's downfall. Believe me, I want to see Donald Trump in the White House more than anybody. I'm one of his biggest fans. But unfortunately, his mouth, I believe, because he can't control his mouth, he won't listen to the orders of his lawyers and the people that represent him. It's going to cost him the White House, I believe. Because the more he talks, Steve, the more evidence and the more crimes they're going to continue to bring against Donald Trump, whether it sticks or not. It's time for Donald Trump, Steve. If he really wants to get back in the White House like he say he do, it's time for him to listen to his lawyers and the people that represent him and keep his mouth closed until he needs to speak. And right now he's speaking a little bit too much, Steve. When you start calling the prosecutor a maniac and all kind of names, let me ask you a question, Steve. Do you think that makes that prosecutor, this Smith guy, when he hears Donald Trump talking all this trash about him, do you think that makes him happy when he hears Trump talking like that?
I don't know if, the guy pretty much hates him to begin with. I don't know if it's going to make him hate him any worse. Is it possible to hate him any more than he does?
No, but I'm saying it makes him want to bring out more evidence and bring more charges against Donald Trump and do all these things. It makes him work even harder to make things stick against Donald Trump. If he would just keep his mouth closed, maybe things would work out for the best. But for some reason, like I say, Donald Trump can't do that. And he continues to talk, and he's saying things that are just totally unnecessary at this point. And a lot of people are jumping out. A lot of people are losing his bandwagon. They say that some of his numbers are going, whether you believe it or not. Mm-hmm. I hope these numbers are not true. I know DeSantis is not going to get the nomination. Donald Trump, he'll still get the nomination, but will he lose the support enough to keep this loser Joe Biden in the White House for another 4 years? That's what I'm scared of. I don't want to see Biden in the White House or nobody like Biden in the White House. That's the reason why I'm so upset about Donald Trump, because I really want to see this man get back in the White House because I know he's the best man for the job. But he's talking his way out of that position at this point. And some things just don't need to be said until the court date. Then you speak your mind when you step in front of the judge. You don't go on. I told you don't go on these TV shows. You don't go and talk to Sean Hannity and some of these other people he's talking to, Steve. He's talking way too much trash, Donald Trump, about this case. And I know that he's been given orders not to do that, but he continues to do it. So we'll see how it works out for Donald Trump. I hope it works out for the best. But you very rarely hear me say something bad about Donald Trump, Steve, since you've been listening to me. But this has gone a little bit too far with Donald Trump at this point, I believe, and he needs to silence himself until we can figure out what's going on this case. With these audio tapes, that's definitely his voice on these audio tapes. So we, talking about this secret documents. So we'll see how it goes. Now, as far as the other guy, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve. As far as the other guy goes, Joe Biden. At this point, Steve, I give up on Joe Biden as far as being any kind of retribution or any kind of justice for Joe Biden and his crowning. Nothing's going to happen. I kept my fingers and toes and everything else crossed. They got all kind of evidence against this man, him and his son, and you see how it turned out. Joe Biden is in control of the injustice system in America, the FBI. They all work for Joe Biden, and they're not gonna put their own so-called leader in jail or prosecute their own leader. So it's not gonna happen. They can bring up any charge. Joe Biden can literally shoot somebody right now, Steve. That's how bad it is. Joe Biden could probably shoot somebody right now, and they wouldn't do a damn thing about it. So that's really sad. So hopefully when Donald Trump or a Republican get back in, if they do get back in 2024, hopefully they'll turn the tables and they treat them the same way that they treating the same way they treating us right now. Because right now, Steve, Joe Biden is getting away with just doing anything the hell he want to do. And he just today, he just approved another, $15, $20 million to send over to Ukraine. He's still sending money to Ukraine. So, like I said, we supposed to be having financial problems. This guy still continuing to do business with Ukraine. Russia's going on. So, like I say, Steve, it's obvious that nothing is going to happen to Joe Biden. It doesn't matter what kind of crime, what kind of evidence they got against this loser. They're not going to do nothing because he has the FBI and the DOJ and all them people in his back pocket, and that's really a damn shame. Like I said, the FBI ought to be ashamed of themselves the way they're conducting themselves. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. So it was Alina Habba, spokesperson for Trump, talking about the audio that's been playing on the mainstream media, right? Because it started with CNN. It's from a July 2021 interview that Trump gave at his Bedminster, New Jersey golf club for people working on the memoir for his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. Of course, that's part of the 37-count federal indictment that he pleaded not guilty to. Habba says the fact that they released this audio was a major mistake. They've become so desperate that they need to use the media to play into their hands for the 24 election. But what happened was, we forgot. There was a judge that ordered that nobody, including President Trump, could discuss any evidence, let alone, I guess, release evidence. Trump doesn't need to discuss evidence because we're not desperate. We know the facts. He did nothing wrong. They're desperate. So what they're going to do, they're going to try and taint the jury pool. They're going to taint the American public's perception. She said all Trump said on that leaked tape is that he can't declassify documents because he's no longer president, which is true because he was not president at the time. But he did not say the documents were not declassified. He did not say that. We'll get a news break here as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Americans will have to deal with issues at airports once again today due to severe weather. FlightAware reporting over 4,700 flight delays and 1,400 cancellations in the U.S. Northeast airports are particularly affected. Former President Trump is defending his actions of discussing alleged classified documents with his staff and others after leaving office.
And what was said was absolutely fine and very, very perfectly. We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax.
Trump responding to a CNN audio recording from 2021 where he talks about retaining the documents. Trump mentioned that he and his staff were dealing with numerous matters beside those documents. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is seeking to dismiss the federal lawsuit filed against him by the Walt Disney Company. The governor filed a motion arguing that the company lacks legal standing. Disney accuses DeSantis of violating its constitutional rights by establishing an oversight board and nullifying a deal that would grant the state increased authority over its property. Several failures reportedly led to the suicide of disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein in a New York City jail.
The late New York City millionaire hanged himself in a Manhattan jail cell in 2019 while awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. A report from the Justice Department claims negligence, misconduct, and job performance at New York's Metropolitan Correctional Center allowed Epstein to carry out his death. Epstein was under watch but was allowed to have extra blankets and clothes in his cell, with prosecutors alleging the workers in charge of checking in on him had been sleeping or shopping online. The report rejects claims that foul play led to Epstein's death. I'm Natalie Migliori, New York.
The American Red Cross is asking for assistance due to a decrease in blood donations. They are specifically targeting individuals with type B negative or O negative blood. The Red Cross is offering a $10 gift card to any individual who will donate blood by June 30th. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Supreme Court released important rulings today, but more significant decisions are yet to come. It ruled against Republicans in North Carolina regarding congressional district maps, leaving that decision to local courts. The court also addressed online harassment prosecution and overturned a Colorado stalking conviction. Pending rulings include the legality of President Biden's college loan forgiveness and the use of affirmative action in college admissions. Donald Trump is widening his lead over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire. A new St. Anselm College Survey Center poll shows 47% of voters in the state said they'll support Trump in the 2024 presidential election. That is a 5-point increase since the last survey in March. DeSantis, meanwhile, received just 19% of support among voters, a 10% drop from the previous survey. Smoke from Canadian wildfires is once again drifting down to the U.S.
The air quality in Chicago and Minneapolis ranked as the worst in the world among major cities Tuesday. Detroit ranked as the 4th worst. Smaller cities in the Great Lakes region like Grand Rapids, Michigan, saw even worse air quality. Conditions there reach code purple, the 2nd worst air quality index reading. The smoky condition comes just weeks after the Northeast was blanketed by smoke caused by the wildfires in Canada. I'm Lisa Taylor.
This year's 4th of July cookout will be more affordable than last year's. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, families can expect to pay less than $68 for a party of 10. It's down 3% from last year. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long way to go. How we
stay away. Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, yes, indeed, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on here already, yeah. I got Philip coming up in Florida. And I see that in the Sunshine State, they're concerned about malaria. Malaria alert issued in Florida. That is the headline from the Miami Herald. Why infectious mosquitoes have led to statewide concern. They say 4 people in Sarasota have fallen ill with malaria. Thus, the Department of Health issued a statewide mosquito-borne illness alert. According to the department this week, U.S. Centers for Disease Control also has issued an alert after the Florida cases and one in Texas are the first instances of locally transmitted malaria in the U.S. in 20 years. All 4 patients in Florida were infected with malaria, Vivax malaria. According to health officials, it is less fatal than other species, but malaria symptoms include headache, nausea, vomiting, sweating, fever, and chills. Anyone experiencing these symptoms should seek medical help within 24 hours of symptoms, according to the state. Now, again, we've seen cases in the U.S. in the past 20 years, but they have always been individuals who have traveled elsewhere around the world, been bitten by mosquitoes apparently, and brought it back. Now, these are people that have not traveled out of the country. So obviously it is being locally transmitted. Haven't seen local transmission since an outbreak in Palm Beach County, again, 20 years ago. There were 8 cases in that scenario. So they're kind of telling people how to get rid of the mosquitoes. Drain your water from garbage cans, your gutters, pool covers, anything that may accumulate water. Discard old tires, drums, bottles, cans, broken appliances, anything that aren't being used. Empty and clean your bird baths, your pet water bowls at least once or twice a week. Protect boats and vehicles from rain with tarps that don't accumulate water. Keep your swimming pools in good condition, appropriately chlorinated, and empty those plastic pools when they're not in use. Yeah, try to cover your skin as much as possible when you're outside. Use the mosquito repellent on any bare skin. Yeah, always use repellents according to the label. Those with DEET, oil of lemon eucalyptus, and several others are effective to ward off mosquitoes. What do you say, Philip? Good morning.
Oh, good morning, bud. Malaria was always known to be around the jungle. You ever heard that before, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you know, I mean, you look at our environment down here, we have a lot of marshy areas. There's a lot of, you know, vegetation all over the place. But right now, these last few days, man, we've been in this high that's been hanging over us, and it's kicking our butts with this heat. I mean, it's getting hot. I mean, like right now, it's 81 degrees where I'm at, and it's 3:12 in the morning by my clock on my car here. So, I mean, think about that, 80 degrees at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it's going to be at 3 o'clock this afternoon?
All right.
So, our heat indices, I think, are going to go up to, yesterday we were about 104, you know, in some spots in the state. And that feels like, you know, even though it was like 90, I think 95, 94. And it was feeling, you know, 104 degrees where that temperature was. So it's one of those things. And what happens when you live in a tropical environment, I mean, it's the thing that's funny about it. You mentioned that. You remember when COVID came about and they were giving people medicine that would cure malaria to cure COVID?
Mm-hmm. I do. Yeah.
That?
Yeah.
And so we might have to pull out some of that stockpile and work on the malaria too. Who knows? But before I say anything else, I just want to mention a couple guys that passed away this week. I know a lot of people out there. I'm not sure if anybody's into bluegrass music or not. But two of the greats of bluegrass music passed away this week. We had Jesse Reynolds passed away, and Bobby Osborne passed away. Now, those guys, they both played mandolin. They both sang. A lot of people probably would know Bobby Osborne more than they would know Jesse. But Bobby was the guy who, you remember the song Rocky Top, Steve?
Rocky Top, Tennessee. Yes, indeed.
Okay, so Bobby was the Rocky Top guy, him and his brother Sonny. And the funny thing that's crazy about these two guys were they were very influential to a lot of musicians over the years and mentored a lot of musicians that we see today on stage playing. And you know, not just bluegrass music, but country music and different kinds of music. They both inspired a lot of guys to play. And that's one thing I always noticed about the two guys. I mean, I've been to bluegrass festivals and met both of them. Never had the pleasure of playing music with them, but they were great guys and nice guys, and I really appreciate what they've done for the industries and stuff. So I want to take a moment and think about those two guys. But moving on, Carolina Monkey Gouger, he's talking about LTL. I'm going to tell you what, with trucking in general, I mean, what are the top 5 long-haul companies right now as far as dry van, Steve? Is it Knight? I mean, Schneider, where does Schneider and Warner and J.B. Hunt and those guys rate in that now?
Boy, I'd have to pull up. Obviously, Knight Swift is number 1. It's the largest in the country, but...
Yeah. Okay. Well, you look at deregulation and what it did to the industry, and it did it with the dry van side of the deal. It did it to the LTL side. Now, I was in LTL for 15 years. I can say it. I worked for one of those companies that Monkey Gouger talked about. I worked for a company, and I know a lot of guys have heard it before, a company called Preston. Okay. I worked for them a long, long time ago, and a lot of those companies, I think they're not so much the national contract companies. You'll hear that term a lot in the Teamsters. The national contract companies have pretty much the same contract. You're looking at UPS, ABF, Yellow, back in the day, Preston, back in the day, CF, as Monkey Gouger calls it, Cornflakes. Also, there was a company that bear the name Carolina Freight that was in one of those national contracts and is out of business. So, I mean, it's one of those things. LTL was always cutthroat. I know I worked in it a long time. I work for mom and pop companies doing it that weren't unionized. I work for unionized companies like Preston. I work for non-union companies that were pretty big like Averitt. Old Dominion, the companies, I never worked with Old Dominion, but I do know that Old Dominion is probably one of the biggest ones right now that's in it. And I've seen a lot of them come and go, and I think the mismanagement is on the company as well as the union. And I think that's the reason that you look at ABF, that's the reason the ABF has survived. They are the ones that I thought that would go out. And I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised. The industry is, I mean, I'm no longer involved with it, but I am involved with the union. The union situation has changed a lot over the years, and I don't agree with everything the union stands for now. But I also agree with my union because in my line of work, and I do live in a right-to-work state. Everybody knows Florida's a right-to-work state, and we deal with a lot of different situations with companies down here. I will let anybody and everybody know that if you're coming down to Florida and you want to make a living doing what you're doing up north, you're not going to make the money that you're making up north. It's just the way it is, right-to-work state. You know, and union-wise, there's not very many unions down here, and the company I work for, you don't have to be in the union to work in the company. But when it comes to representation from them, you know, in certain situations, as far as disciplinary issues, you're not going to get represented by the union. So then a lot of those folks end up getting terminated. So it's one of those deals. And Steve, guess what? July 1st is going to be in Florida.
What's
Did
that?
you hear what July 1st is? Constitutional carry will be going into effect July 1st in Florida. And it's going to be interesting down here to see how it plays out and how things happen with a lot of different companies and different things, the way tourism is handled, everything. So we just got to sit back and watch. And Steve, did you hear 2 days ago, SpaceX did the static fire on ship number 25. So we're almost there for restack. Just got to get that launch pad thing figured out, and then we'll get it going again. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thank you for having me.
And I guess the big question will be, will the FAA give them approval for that next test? That's going to be okay. I pulled up the largest carriers. I was just thinking Knight Swift, but no, they're like number 7 on the list. UPS, the world's largest delivery company. Okay, so that makes sense. FedEx number 2, XPO at number 3, JB Hunt number 4, Schneider National number 5. There's Yellow, YRC as they used to call them, at number 6. Knight Swift actually at number 7. Old Dominion Freight Line at 8, Landstar 9, R&L Carriers 10. I don't know if is that based on company size, trucks, or maybe revenue generation? Thinking it's probably based on revenue. Because I'm scrolling up the list here. Yeah, it's revenue for UPS, $84.6 billion. So maybe not the number of employees, but revenue generation. XPO at $16.2 billion. JB, $9.2 billion. $5.2 billion for Schneider. Yellow, or YRC, $4.5 billion. And those numbers were from 2020. It's a couple of years old, but we will return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, looking at 22 past the hour. And it's 844-3388. And not seeing a name, but somebody want to talk about unions. Who we got?
Yeah, you got whole shot.
All right, what's happening?
Not too much. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get on anybody's bad side, but I just listen about all the union talk and stuff. I've always lived in a right to work state, and at one time unions, yeah, they were good. Nowadays, I just feel you don't really need them. I only look at like my revenue generating. Other than the company or myself, I'm in charge of it. I don't want another person because they feel, oh, well, I want that extra $2 or $3 more. I'm going to vote to strike, and then the next thing you know, they go from making what $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 a week, bringing home $200 over a few dollars of striking.
And depending on how long the strike goes, that could empty your savings real quick, right?
Yeah, and like I used to live in Maine. They got BIW up there, and they're a big union, big shipyard, and they striked one time over like a 4% pay increase in the next 5 years, and I mean they were out for like 3 months. They didn't work. And they brought home a couple $100 a week versus, that 3 or 4%, you're never going to make it up. And, because they went from bringing home $1,500 a week to bringing home a couple $100 a week to go picket for a couple hours.
And then how much did they lose in that 3-month time frame? Did they make their money back in the terms of that next 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, they never made it back. And then, like, I was listening, and this goes all the way back to, I think, was it Wonder Bread up in New Jersey with the Bakers Union or something, the cooks and stuff. The company come out and said, hey, well, we can't give you any more. This is all we can do. There's 2 choices. If you guys strike, we're going to have to file bankruptcy. And, all the cooks or whatever, they voted, oh, we're going to strike. And then the next day you heard, okay, we're going bankrupt. Yeah, so you had how many thousands of people lose their jobs, over however much per hour or whatever they want.
Right.
Now, I mean, I work for Estes. I mean, I make a great living, and I work extremely steady. I just so if someone else oh, that's not enough or something, I know everybody just lives on different amounts of money and stuff like that that they need. Growing up north and everything, like with the BIW, I used to deliver oil, and I talked with one gentleman. He worked at BIW. They were on strike, but I listened to the generation ahead of me on how they did things, and he was like, yeah, voted to strike. He goes, you see where all they are? They're all down at the picket line. He goes, you see what I'm doing? And he was cutting his grass. I delivered heat and oil to him. He goes, I paid my stuff off. So, hey, he goes, when it's time to go back to work, I'll go back to work.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Sure.
That's the model I try to live by, within reason to keep expenses, to a reasonable level. So, if something happens, it's not, but I think just a lot of people, when I went through it when I was younger, because I was an owner-operator for 20 years, and I was like, and I was in my 30s when I started, and I'm like, boy, this is great money, and, a couple things happened, but I learned as I got older, and my father always told me, don't live beyond your means. And, now I just, I work because I enjoy it. And, I mean, but I think a lot of them with the union, I mean, unions put too many companies, I feel, out of business. Because they hold them hostage. Well, okay, your company, you're going to lose billions of dollars if we strike, or millions. We're going to get what we want so the company can make whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, as Monkey Gouger and several others ran down the list, Rubber Duck, the list of union companies, and deregulation was, that was really where the ball got rolling there, and it was fast downhill after that.
USA News Update. Former President Trump is defending his actions of discussing alleged classified documents with his staff and others after leaving office.
And what was said was absolutely fine and very, very perfectly. We did nothing wrong. This is a whole hoax.
Trump responding to a CNN audio recording from 2021 where he talks about retaining the documents. Trump mentioned that he and his staff were dealing with a number of matters besides those documents. Flight delays and cancellations continue to pile up due to severe weather. According to FlightAware, over 4,700 flights have been delayed within or out of the U.S. Meantime, over 1,400 flights have been canceled across the country. Ryan Seacrest will be named the new host of Wheel of Fortune. That's according to the New York Times, which cited two people familiar with plans for the long-running game show. Pat Sajak recently announced the next season of the show will be his last after 4 decades of hosting. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I've been hearing in the news as well that right about now, not a good time to have all these weather issues for air travelers, because we don't want to be going into a very busy air travel weekend with things already out of whack schedule-wise. Well, we saw some pretty widespread delays at airports yesterday. Kind of an ominous sign as we head into the July 4 holiday weekend, which is shaping up to be the biggest test yet for airlines as they struggle to keep up with surging numbers of passengers. Now, in some cases yesterday, delays were several hours at airports in the Northeast, with the thunderstorms. At various times, the FAA held up flights bound for LaGuardia Airport in New York and Reagan Washington National, as well as Baltimore Washington airports near the nation's capital there. By mid-afternoon on the East Coast, more than 4,000 flights were delayed, and it had like 1,300 cancellations. Call that the calm before the storm. The FAA was expecting about 48,000 flights on Tuesday, increasing today at more than 52,500 by Thursday. Thursday figures to be probably the biggest travel day as far as airlines of the holiday period. Now, if you get a lot of people stranded or delayed this weekend, you can expect federal officials and the airlines to be pointing the finger of blame back and forth at each other. Transportation Secretary Buttigieg, whose department includes the FAA, has been beaten up on the airlines for more than a year now, accusing them of failing to live up to the standards of customer service. Suggested that they're scheduling more flights than they can actually handle. And the airlines are punching back. United Airlines blaming the shortage of air traffic controllers for big disruptions last weekend at Newark Liberty International there in Jersey. Now, we estimate that over 150,000 customers on United alone were impacted last weekend because of staffing issues. The FAA, their ability to manage the air traffic. And so, good luck. Hope you've got some extra time added into your schedule in the event of delays coming up this weekend. All right, looks like Pup got you coming up here. First, it's Gilligan. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah, morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I'm surprised that quick. I was actually called in just a little while ago. Hey, I was listening to all this talk about the union trucking jobs and all that. You know, a lot of industries, the unions have really done a lot of damage. Look at the steel industry. It almost destroyed the steel industry back in the 70s. There's very, very few steel mills left in this country compared to what there was back then. You know, I remember going to Pittsburgh as a kid. There'd be steel plants everywhere. You know, they say the same thing in the Chicago area, northern Indiana. Look at the auto industry, how it hurt the American automakers. Japanese started coming over here, building the plants over here, and non-union labor, and they flourished. You know, most Japanese vehicles are actually assembled in this country. A lot of people don't realize that. I mean, I remember when Consolidated Freight Lanes, old corn flakes, went out of business. I have been driving along. I remember they had a yard there in Winchester. There was also a Red Star yard back in the day, which I haven't heard mentioned in America. Well, I think actually Phil did. And another one was American Freight Ways. Just before I started driving is when FedEx bought out American Freight Ways. I remember it well. I mean, the unions, I believe, still have their place, but the problem with the unions is they get too powerful, and they get to, they'll drive companies out of business. But then again, without the unions, some companies will abuse their employees too. So it's got to be a balance. I'm a firm believer in that. I've worked union jobs before I come into the trucking industry. I worked for a cabinet company called American Woodmark. They're the number 2 cabinet maker in America. Most of your listeners never heard of them. The only thing is Marilat. You know, Marilat's like 5 times bigger than what Woodmark is. But I worked at a union plant in West Virginia, and they would close shop. To work there, you had to be a member of the union. Now, I moved to Virginia. Virginia's a right-to-work state. They could not force you into the union, so it was an open shop. I've seen both sides of that too. People say, well, if you're a closed shop, you have a more powerful union. Well, the 2 instances I've dealt with, that isn't true because if anything, it was about the same. I mean, it seemed like the closed shop didn't really have as much power as the open shop. Maybe that's because of the union leadership in that group. I don't know, but it's interesting. You look at it if you're on the inside. I mean, But anyway, I digress. I want to bounce to everybody to remind them that this coming weekend we're having a rally for the InBed Redneck for president at the GNA&B Enterprises skyscraper in Congal. They're in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia.
Over and out there, Gilligan. All right. Hey, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, generators, collector cars, you know it, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combat corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And for being a listener to this program, hey, we can save you on your next order. Go to goldeagle.com, the manufacturer of Sta-Bil products and many others as well. Yeah, check out the product lineup, place your order, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, and you'll see 15% come off your entire order. Again, goldeagle.com. So a little more on the heat, which continues now to expand from Texas back into New Mexico, eastward into Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama over the next couple of days. You know, it can be deadly. Now, I'm trying to rationalize who in their right mind would say, yeah, let's go for a hike on a day when you know it's going to be like 115 degrees. Yeah, that was a poor decision. Late last week, the heat claiming 2 victims in Big Bend National Park in western Texas, all the way down by the border with Mexico. A 31-year-old man and his 14-year-old stepson succumbed to the heat Friday as they were attempting to hike the Marufo Vega Trail. This trail located in extremely rugged desert terrain, and it cuts into the hottest part of Big Bend National Park. Temperatures at the time, according to the Park Service, were near 119 degrees in the area. Of course, the all-time high temperature record in Texas of 120 has been in place since August of 1936. All right, McAllen, Texas, you hit your first 100-degree reading of the year on June 13th. And each day since has seen a high temperature above the 100-degree mark. So McAllen has now recorded, as of yesterday, 15 days in a row of high temperatures at or above 100 degrees. I can see how people are saying, man, I could use a break today. Now, as the core of the heat expands across eastern Texas, yeah, Dallas, you're moving into the higher temperatures, triple digits for the rest of this week. It's going to feel like anywhere from 105 to 115 degrees from central Texas to parts of the Gulf Coast, and continuing that way through the end of this week. Now, much needed heat relief may be on the way, but it's going to be very brief. Forecasters expect the pattern keeping these stifling temperatures in place to begin breaking down by the weekend. You're probably going to still be a few degrees above normal for this time of year, but not nearly the levels we've been seeing thus far this week, right? Good morning, Pup. What's happening?
Oh, not much. How you been?
Staying busy.
That keeps you out of trouble. But, hey, there's another factor that's going to hurt that airline industry this weekend, too. This is the weekend they implement the 5G stuff, and if their planes aren't retrofitted with the new equipment, they won't be able to land in bad weather. But they was talking about CF and stuff. Those owners already had their had a poise to close them doors on those guys. I think everybody forgot that CCX was a sister company to CF, and when CF closed their doors, CCX picked up the rest of the freight. I don't know. They should have just let Yellow go out the first time, saved our $750 million,
because at that time the economy was better, even though we had the COVID. But all of the LTL companies were poised to take over a portion of the company and their freight. But I don't know if they will now with the economy and inflation and everything else like that. And I don't see anybody buying Yellow, because then they would probably have to honor that contract till the end of it. And I don't know. But I know, talking to some of the guys that do drive for Yellow, that's called into your show, I drive for another LTL company, and with them taking that concessions and everything, they're way behind the 8-ball on the pay scale. So I don't know. I don't know what the right thing is. I mean, I've worked union and non-union jobs, and I've been the happiest at a non-union job. But, other than that, so do you guys have any of that hail and stuff out of the big storm last week?
Not at the home 20 here. Pappy got a little bit of hail a few miles away. I mean, we barely ended up actually even getting any rain out of the darn thing. It's like the storm just kind of split. We had a bunch went north and a bunch went south of us, and we were left high and dry.
We had about 9/10 in about 20 minutes, and then it changed to hail. That was about an inch and a half of hail, and I had to replant all of my tomato plants and some of my corn. And there was guys there around the house. They were replanting 500 and 600 acres of corn due to the damage. But oh well, that's part of the ball game, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But then we had a nice rain over this last weekend, so that got us back up to snuff. But other than that, isn't much been going on. I've been playing in the smoke all night.
Yep, no doubt about that.
Get home, I'm going to have to put the Visine in. Even with the AC on it, still kind of gets to your eyeballs. The way it sounds, it's supposed to even be worse today. It was pretty bad. Our visibility was down less than 2 miles up home there for most of the day. But well, I'm just about to the terminal. I just figured I'd call in and see how you're doing. You might check on that 5G thing, because the Airline Pilots Union does not want that to go into effect, because not all the airplanes have been updated on their technology.
Okay.
Well, you have a good one, and we'll be out here listening, Steve.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, and there you go. Safe travels. Yeah, he's talking about the air quality advisories. They are widespread for the upcoming day. Yeah, from the entire state of Iowa, Illinois, much of Indiana. You got all of Wisconsin, Michigan, Western PA, Western New York, even over into the D.C. area. And by the time Thursday rolls around, we're probably going to be seeing again, the likes of Western New York. New York City, supposed to be seeing a lot of that smoke by Thursday. All right, Sundance Kid got you coming up here. Maybe we'll get to a hey, Mike on a, what day is it?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt. on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Sundance Kid checking in. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, not much, Mr. Summers. Well, I worked for Bullfrog, ABF, for 14 years. And about 10 years ago, we had that contract where Yellow said they were going to buy ABF. I said that story come out about a month before we voted. And it was like, if we didn't vote for this contract, Yellow was going to buy ABF. So it kind of tied our hands to vote for that contract.
Was that a deal where were they looking for like some concessions from you guys, kind of like, because Yellow had already done that whole concession thing? Was that true or no?
No, that was the one after that, I believe.
Okay.
5 years ago. And we took a 7.5% pay cut because of those guys at Yellow didn't stand up. Okay, so I'll say this. I worked for ABF when Yellow took those concessions, their boys started jumping ship and coming over to ABF. All right? And what happened was we charged more, but we didn't tear up freight. And that was, that's why we could justify charging more for our freight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, them guys come over there, and boy, did our freight damage start going up, and them Yellow boys come over to ABF. And I thought they was going to sink us. As a matter of fact, we had a retirement. I went up to the president of the company, and I said, look, you can hire anybody you want to except for another Yellow roadway guy, because they're killing us. And we started, having reports. Our damages were way up. They were up like 25%. I said, I'd rather have a greenhorn that never touched a piece of freight than to have a Yellow guy. So the Yellow guys, stop talking about your management, because you guys would sit under trees. I'd be running circles around y'all, picking up freight, and y'all sitting behind buildings and taking 30-minute breaks every time you turn around. I mean, y'all took a lot of breaks. So, and then when Yellow took those concessions from their drivers, that 15% pay cut, and they had to work 5 years to get 1 year pension, well, they started using that to go after more freight and cutting the rates another 15%. So they didn't really gain anything. And them being the number 4 revenue in the list you gave a while ago, they should do better. But see, the reason their revenue is one thing, but what they made in the end was less because they tore up more freight. They hauled a lot of freight for free because they tear it up. So, and that's a fact. Now, Old Dominion, we used to get quarterly reports on every company, Saia, YRC, FedEx, ABF. Old Dominion is the one for the last 12, 15 years that I know of has always operated. They're like an 85. So for every dollar they make 15-cent profit in revenue. YRC, they were losing money because they were at operating ratio of like 103. So, it's not what you make, it's what you keep. And because those guys would be sitting under trees for 30 minutes here and 30 minutes there, that's why the company went out is doing so badly. And I mean, ABF had a very strict, you come there, you work hard, and you got paid, but you better work. If you stole time off the clock, you was gone. So, and like I said, guys, they're terrible. But let's get back to the unions. They should, we should all thank Ronald Reagan for busting up the unions, because that's when this whole downfall started. Because the union guy in the early 80s was making like $16 an hour. Now they're up to like $28 an hour. So we really haven't progressed. It really hasn't done us any good, in the long run. I mean, you take $28 an hour on a 40-hour week, you're only at $56,000. Well, that's no money compared to $36,000 back in the 80s. We haven't kept up. We should be LTL guys
should be making more now. Yeah, I concur 100% there. Hey, but we're up to the top of the hour. News break time. Back after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump claims he did nothing wrong, discussing what prosecutors say were classified documents with his staff and others after he left office. While rallying in New Hampshire, Trump took time out to say he and his staff were going through a lot of things.
Copies of magazines, copies of different plans, copies of stories having to do with many, many subjects.
Trump was responding to a CNN audio recording of a 2021 meeting where he discusses holding on to the documents. Smoke from Canadian wildfires is once again drifting down to the U.S.
The air quality in Chicago and Minneapolis ranked as the worst in the world among major cities Tuesday. Smaller cities in the Great Lakes region like Grand Rapids, Michigan, saw even worse air quality. The smoky condition comes just weeks after the Northeast was blanketed by smoke caused by the wildfires in Canada. I'm Lisa Taylor.
At the same time, rip currents have caused the deaths of 11 people within just 2 weeks along the U.S. Gulf Coast between Alabama and Panama City Beach, Florida. Americans will have to deal with issues at airports once again due to severe weather. According to FlightAware, over 5,200 flights have been delayed within, into, or out of the U.S. so far Tuesday. Meantime, over 1,600 flights have been canceled. Attorney General Merrick Garland is set to testify before the House later this summer, although it's a regularly scheduled hearing with the House Judiciary committee. It comes as some Republicans call for his impeachment following whistleblower testimony about the Hunter Biden case. Reports say the in-laws of NASCAR star Jimmy Johnson and an 11-year-old have been found dead in a murder-suicide in Oklahoma. Muskogee police officer Lynn Hamlin describes how officers initially got involved.
It was a 911 call from a female caller that stated there was a disturbance at her residence and there was someone with a gun, and then hung up.
Terry Janway is suspected of killing her husband Jack and their 11-year-old grandson. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As reported, former President Trump is rallying in New Hampshire, speaking to voters for his 2024 White House bid.
On November 5th, 2024, we're going to stand up to the Marxists and communists, fascists and globalists. We're going to evict crooked Joe Biden.
He spent much of the speech railing against President Biden's domestic and foreign policies. He also criticized the Justice Department, arguing the agency has been weaponized against him. Trump's widening his lead over Florida Governor Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire. A new St. Anselm College Survey Center poll shows 47% of voters in the state said they'll support Trump in the 2024 presidential election, a 5-point increase since the last survey in March. A report from the Department of Justice suggests how disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein managed to kill himself inside his New York City jail cell back in 2019.
The Justice Department's report says there's no indication that Epstein's death was the result of foul play. Instead, it was a combination of negligence and misconduct at the Manhattan jail where Epstein was awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. The report indicates Epstein was allowed to have extra bed linens and clothes in his cell, which he used to hang himself. I'm Natalie Migliori, New York.
This year's 4th of July cookout will be more affordable than last year's. According to the American Farm Bureau Federation, families can expect to pay less than $68 for a party of 10. That's down 3% from last year's record high of $69.68. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we get that final hour underway here on a Wednesday. Couple of industry headlines, quick like here. The Florida Highway Patrol is on the lookout for a suspected former truck driver who is slashing semi-truck tires. Highway Patrol said there have been recent 6 instances of semi-truck tire slashings in Columbia County. These acts of vandalism have taken place near Lake City, Florida, off I-10, I-75, and State Route 47. WCJB reports that troopers believe that one person slashing the tires is a disgruntled former truck driver. Now, while troopers have not yet identified the suspect, they have obtained images and video of a suspect in the act. In the images, you can see the suspect is male with a medium build, wearing a baseball cap, a T-shirt with a logo, jeans, and gloves. Now, if you've got 18 tires, and those tires can run anywhere from $300 to $500 a pop, this could get very, very expensive, like to the tune of $10,000, $12,000, according to the Highway Patrol. Meanwhile, Buc-ee's broke its own world record for the largest gas station in the world last week with the opening of their new Tennessee location. In Sevierville, Tennessee, spanning 74,000 square feet, features 120 gas pumps, employs 350 people, and still doesn't allow truck drivers. This is off I-40 at exit 407, opened on the 26th, a couple days ago. They say it will be open 24/7, 365 days a year. That grand opening reportedly caused some big traffic problems as people were lined up to visit the massive new business there. All right, Buc-ee's, no trucks. All right, plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say there, Horse Brothers?
Yeah, I guess we're doing the hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Now that we got around to it.
Yeah. Well, again, in all the time zones, I suppose. Yeah. Hey, happy hump day.
There you go. So, yeah, I was going to say, you're talking about Buc-ee's there, and you said 120 gas pumps.
Yes.
Did not say anything about any diesel pumps.
Right.
Just gas pumps. So, I don't know. Do they have diesel there for the people with the diesel pickup trucks and little diesel Volkswagens and Volvos and stuff, or the BMWs?
I think they do.
Nah, probably. So, I don't know. I wouldn't know. I ain't never been to one, and I probably won't ever be to one after what we had a report of there a few weeks back. So I guess I give them the 2 middle finger salute. No problem. Congratulations. But I guess I won't be spending my money there. But anyways, so digressing to that, I guess. So out there in Chicago, are they outlawing the wood burning and coal burning pizza shops? Do they have to shut them down right now because of bad air quality?
All right. No more Chicago-style pizza.
Yeah, I figured that might be contributing to the bad air quality there, as well as the Canadian fire air, smoke coming down in the air there. So I don't know if they're shutting them down. But anyways, you're talking about companies and that, and Monkey Gouger brought up that one song there. But, there's a couple others that were pretty good names that I was always around, and St. Johnsbury was one that nobody really mentions. That's been gone for many years, and I don't know. There's probably a good core of drivers out here that never even heard of St. Johnsbury. Big union company out of St. Johnsbury, Vermont, and run all the New England area and down into the Mid-Atlantic, and of course their trailers traverse the countryside back before deregulation because of all the shipping lanes. Your trucking companies were only allowed to work in certain areas. Their freight on their trailers could go anywhere across the country, but the power units couldn't cross certain boundaries. So they had to swap their trailers out. But they have trailers all over the countryside. But yeah, it's St. Johnsbury. Back in the day, and while back there, we had that Preston 151 lines. A lot of people knew of Preston 151, and I remember when they closed there. I think was it Gilligan just mentioned Red Star? I was getting out of the truck there. He was saying something. Did he mention Red Star?
I think that might have been one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a Preston shop that was right next to a Red Star shop, and when Preston closed up, the guys quit going to work there, and the next day they went to work at Red Stars. So, that's kind of the way I thought things kind of went with these freight companies that, especially the union ones, the union shops, is that, you get done with your job. If your job ends at 1, then you kind of, your union guys tell you where to go for the next one, or, because those companies say, call the union and say, hey, we got this much more freight, so we need this many more drivers to work for us. I don't know. Maybe it's different now than what it was in the day that way, but because I hear everybody there talking about getting resumes made and filling out applications. So I don't know. Maybe it's not through the union anymore. You just change where your work location is anymore. So, but anyways, there. So I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. We don't have any smoke there, but we still been getting rid of a lot of that rain in the sky there. We've still got showers going off and on here. Had the moon out for a little while there, and that seemed to set pretty quick here tonight. I don't know, as you said, it was about half a moon, and it was out till about, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and it started falling out of the sky there. And but now things seem to be drying up a little bit at this point there. So maybe we're even done with the rain showers at this point. So we'll see how all that develops. And congratulations to Chris there. I didn't hear anything about that other than when I started listening to the show tonight. So I'll have to go back and look through some other feeds and see what all I missed. But
yeah, the memo was officially released yesterday, and I did share that on my Facebook page there, and it's on the Hot Shot Secret page. That's where I shared the link from. So yep, sure enough.
All right. Well, that's so. They name anybody to move up, or is it going to be more with Gold Eagle? Is Gold Eagle going to be more in control that way then? Or
things that's all pretty much been settled in. Chris is, since selling the company, he's been kind of, in the background for the past year, and I guess he's just fully turning over the reins. So all the new leadership team is already in place.
Okay. All right. Well, seems like things have been working pretty good here, and if things have been being put together for a year, then I guess we should be doing all right then.
Yeah.
So, anyways, hey, I guess with all that, we'll let you go on there and go out there and do your due diligence there. You still got another 45 minutes of work yet to do, Your Honor.
I do.
Getting tired yet? Are you getting tired yet? You propping your eyes open with toothpicks there yet?
We're fine, but I could use an intelligent caller. Because looky there, for the first time, we've got clear lines this morning. Yeah, I'd go ahead and share that with you, the full memo that came out this past day from Mount Gilead, Ohio, June 27, 2023. Lubrication Specialties, LSI, manufacturer of Hot Shot Secret high-performance lubricants and additives, announcing the retirement of founder and CEO Chris Gabrelchik, effective at the end of June. Gabrelchik will continue to own and oversee the management of Microwave Renewable Technologies, MRT, in Mount Gilead. He began Lubrication Specialties 1997 with a focus on providing lubrication services to top industrial and commercial accounts to ensure equipment operated at maximum capacity. Top clients included Nucor Steel, Showa, Midwest Industries, X-Tech, and International Truck and Engine. 2005, as he shared this story a number of times, he was approached by a major automotive engine manufacturer to determine if there was a lubrication solution that could solve a pressing problem with the 6.0 Power Stroke. Injectors were prematurely failing, and the expense to repair or replace was becoming a major financial liability for the company. Well, as one of the few people in the world to hold a certified lubrication specialist certification and oil management analysis certification, he was uniquely qualified to develop unique formulas not available on the commercial market. He not only discovered the underlying problem, but formulated the solution by developing a highly effective oil additive treatment, now branded as Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Now, Hot Shot Secret's first diesel fuel additive for the automotive aftermarket has now grown to a family of over 50 products that include engine, gear oils, transmission fluids, oil and fuel additives for gas and diesel-powered vehicles, coolants, gun and bow oil, spray lubricants, and a dedicated product line specifically developed for the RV vehicles. Hot Shot Secret has now become the fastest growing performance lubricant brand in the USA and is sold nationwide by performance dealers, auto parts, accessory retailers, truck stops, e-tailers, and chain stores. As an entrepreneur at heart, with a keen interest in sustainability, Gabelchik expanded LSI in 2012, acquiring Franz Filter, a manufacturer of bypass oil filters designed to remove contaminants from engine oil for longer use and fewer oil turns. In 2014, he purchased Fluid Recovery, a company that specializes in recycling antifreeze and other automotive fluids, and a year later founded Microwave Renewable Technologies, the company that converts biomass and other waste materials into renewable energy, utilizing the mobile tire recycling machine that reduces tires into three components: carbon black, oil, and gas. In 2020, he formed LSI Chemical, a division developed to provide innovative high-performance oil and fuel additives for downstream oil, petrol, and diesel fuel production. LSI Chemical also provides private label services for a global client base. June of last year, Gabelchik sold most of the assets of Lubrication Specialties, including Hot Shot Secret, Franz Filter, and LSI Chemical, to Gold Eagle Company out of Chicago, retaining ownership of MRT with the agreement to continue to serve as CEO of Lubrication Specialties for 1 year. June 30, he is officially retiring as CEO of Lubrication Specialties. During his extensive career in the industry, he's been recognized by Ohio-based publications and national associations for his acute business acumen, entrepreneurship skills. In 2016, he was named the Smart 50 Entrepreneur of the Year, and a few years later, Entrepreneur of the Year for Ohio Valley. He's been recognized as a Central Ohio Smart Business Magazine Smart Leader and a Columbus Business First Fast 50 honoree. Married with 6 children, Gabelchik is known for his dedication to family, faith, and community, and believes strongly in supporting nonprofit organizations. A few notable nonprofits include Waypoint Vets, a 501c3 nonprofit organization with the mission of uniting and empowering veterans through activities and adventure; Battle Scarred Motorsports, opportunities for veterans of all branches of the service to have a motorsports experience on the track or serving as a crew member. Very active with his church and local community, he's also supported faith-based initiatives and many local community fundraisers. Chris says it's hard to believe that what began as a home garage-based business developed in time to provide employment in my local community for 70 people that I've grown to care about and respect. LSI was formed with the mission of solving problems not addressed by the market that are powered by science. Our products improve performance in the form of preventative maintenance, emissions, and miles per gallon. And of late, my focus has been on environmental sustainability. Reflecting on my career, I see that I've been truly blessed to build a business based on new technologies that's helped make our world a better place. Now I have an opportunity to continue a legacy of working to protect the environment with MRT, as there's no credible way to recycle tires, and tires have become a huge problem all over the world. Gavrelchik is a member of the Society of Tribologists and Lubrication Engineers and the Association of Diesel Specialists, and will continue to be active with both organizations. So there you go, the full report, the memo from Hotshot Secret this past day. All right, thank you so much for what Chris has done for the industry and me and you. That's why we're here. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Truck and Phil, checking in via the email this morning. Happy Hump Day. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Heading up to 81 in Fort Wayne, ditto in Sterling Heights, with continued smoky haze out of Canada. It was really bad yesterday. Indiana and Michigan both. Congratulations to Chris Gavrelchik. I read that last night. Here we are, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make that flip back once again. Stay safe out there. Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. And there's Steve in Columbus this morning. By the end of the day, we'll be halfway through this week. And definitely be looking forward to the weekend. The coffee's ready, the car's running, and the ibuprofen is keeping the back in check. I suppose it's time to head into town and haul some more trash. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, a little back pain there. According to the update from OOIDA this past day, legislative update before the year is over, the FMCSA plans to publish a proposal to require electronic IDs on commercial motor vehicles. According to the DOT Spring 23 Unified Regulatory Agenda, they are targeting November to unveil a notice of proposed rulemaking. The FMCSA requests public comment on potential amendments to the federal motor carrier safety regulations to require every commercial vehicle operating in interstate commerce to be equipped with an electronic device capable of communicating a unique identification number when queried by a roadside system. Now, last year, they opened the rulemaking process, issuing the advanced notice of proposed rulemaking that asked the public to comment on the possibility of that requirement. The regulatory agenda indicates the agency plans to move forward with a formal proposal aimed at enabling enforcement agencies to focus their efforts at, quote, high-risk carriers and drivers. All right. The advance notice of proposed rulemaking regarding electronic IDs on trucks garnered more than 2,000 comments, many of which came from individual truck drivers opposed to the requirement, calling this yet another example of government overreach. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association formally opposed efforts to require electronic IDs in their November comments, calling this an unwarranted intrusion on truck drivers. OOIDA and our members opposed this proposal in the strongest possible terms. According to the association, in the formal comments submitted to the FMCSA, our members have been extremely clear that this concept is an unwarranted intrusion into their privacy, as well as an overly costly and burdensome requirement that ultimately does nothing to improve their efficiency or safety. It's just, you notice something here under this Biden administration that we did not contend with under the Trump administration. One of his first, Trump's first rules was all this regulatory crap. For every new regulation to try to implement, you must scrap 2 existing requirements. We didn't deal with all this BS. Every day, a new requirement, a new regulation, regulate from the Biden administration.
USA News Update. The U.S. is imposing sanctions on companies and associates with ties to the Russian Wagner Group.
The Treasury Department is targeting a network of companies associated with Wagner and its leader that mine and sell gold and other precious metals in African countries where the group is active. The sanctions are aimed at disrupting the group's sources of funding. The move comes after the mercenary group's botched rebellion against the Russian government. I'm Brian Shook.
Pat Sajak may be retiring, but Vanna White wants to keep on spinning that wheel. The Wheel of Fortune co-host has reportedly hired an attorney while looking for a pay raise. Her salary stayed the same over the last 18 years, with her making $3 million a year compared to Sajak's $15 million. Sajak's announced his retirement from the show after 41 seasons. Ryan Seacrest is his replacement. It's unclear how much he will be paid. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here. Well, hello to Daryl this Wednesday. What's going on, Daryl?
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. How's the family?
Doing well. You always ask. Thank you so much. No complaints.
Have you got a big 4th of July planned?
I know we're going to do something. My son's actually off this year. He doesn't get off on the 4th very often, so he's kind of looking forward to that. I guess we'll have to do like the Monday night. I don't see, because I do have to be back. I'll be off Sunday night and Monday night into Tuesday morning, but I have to be back here, 4th into the 5th.
I noticed that they said it's cost about $69 for a family of 4 this year. I didn't know fireworks was that expensive.
$69 won't get you much as far as fireworks are concerned. Matter of fact, $1,000 won't get you a whole lot as far as the big picture is concerned.
Back a few years ago when I was driving, they had the big fireworks sales down around the Tennessee-Kentucky line. And I had some Vietnamese friends, and they always wanted me to bring them back some fireworks from down around the Kentucky-Tennessee state line. They had a big fireworks barn down there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd bring them back some rockets and some firecrackers, and they were tickled to death. I've been listening to the men this week talk about percentages and who was making the most money and who's making the least. There's a story about 3 little boys arguing about whose dad made the most money, and one of them was a lawyer's son, and he said that he didn't know how much money his dad made, but he drove a great big Jaguar. And the other boy was a son of a doctor, and he said he didn't know how much money his dad made, but he drove a great big Mercedes. And the other little boy was son of a preacher, and he said he didn't know how much money his daddy made, but it took 8 men to take it down the aisle on Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
He had to brag about something, I guess.
That's pretty
How's
good.
Stryker doing?
Stryker is doing well. Yeah, they actually shared a bit of a video last week of some of the training. There were a handful of canines being trained, but yes, I got to see Stryker in action, trying to learn the ropes.
I imagine he and the dog are getting pretty close these days, aren't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's amazing how quickly they bond.
They are some kind of a work animal. I used to live in the country, and I'd see men with sheepdogs that worked the cattle, and I just always amazed how they can work cattle. And to see a dog that knows his business and knows how to work is really something to observe.
Mm-hmm.
You was reading about Chris and what a contribution he's made to society and industry. That's the kind of people we like to get in Kiwanis. Our Chief Justice, Sharon Kennedy, was a member of our local Kiwanis Club here in Fairfield many years ago. And some good people. I was in Salt Lake City, Utah last year at a Kiwanis National meeting and saw that the granddaughter of Dale Carnegie, the man that was the super salesman, his granddaughter was the Kiwanis governor of the state of New York.
Mm-hmm.
So they've produced a lot of good people over the years. I'll let you go. Enjoy your show. You keep me company at night, and I appreciate you and all that Chris has done for the truckers and the people stay awake at night.
That's exactly what we're here for, Daryl. Thank you. I appreciate you tuning in. Now, he's not out driving a truck. He's just up during the late night, early morning hours, which that's where we are here this Wednesday. Yeah, I came across the report published jointly by the U.S.-Taiwan Business Council and the Project 2049 Institute, a think tank. Things that we might genuinely need to be a bit concerned about. Pappy's brought this up on more than one occasion. See, Steve, if China makes a move on Taiwan, do you know what that would do to our economy? And this, I guess, is the actual proof of that suggestion. It's not just a conspiracy theory. A Chinese communist invasion of Taiwan would wreck the United States economy and military development due to our reliance on the island for its advanced semiconductors. Taiwan's semiconductor industry could cause cascading and catastrophic effects for the United States economy and national security. These risks have only increased, according to the report, due to the communist China growing military aggression against the island and its efforts to push the United States and Taiwan apart. Semiconductor supply chain disruptions could have severe repercussions for U.S. national security and U.S. critical infrastructure, says the report. Potential risks to the semiconductor supply chain are especially acute in Taiwan, given its complex political situation and the challenges posed by China. Taiwan, the most critical link in the global tech ecosystem. The report warns that a disruption in the semiconductor manufacturing capacity could brutalize our economy and hamper military development. It reports that some projections estimate that a loss of access to Taiwan-made chips could cause a 5 to 10% decline in U.S. gross domestic product based on last year's figures. Yeah, that would amount to a total loss of $1.2 to $2.4 trillion with a T, trillion. Moreover, the report notes that such a loss would also likely result in a blow to stock markets equal to or exceeding that of the COVID pandemic. Those losses, by the way, included a 37% drop in the Dow Jones, a 34% hit to the S&P 500. As such, the report says, Taiwan may be the most critical link in the entire technology ecosystem, warning a disruption caused by Chinese invasion or natural disaster could wreak havoc on economies worldwide. Now, a serious conflict in the Taiwan Strait would significantly and negatively impact not only Taiwan, but the rest of the world, including China, compromising Taiwan's national security would negatively impact the global supply of semiconductors and, by extension, the American, global, and Chinese economies. Now, concerning the threat to U.S. military readiness, the report notes that the entirety of the United States' most advanced semiconductors, such as those used in its advanced aircraft, are produced in Taiwan or South Korea. Although the U.S. military engages in lifetime buys, purchasing all the semiconductors a weapon system will need for its life cycle, reports said some military systems would still require access to state-of-the-art technologies and would thus be affected by any disruption. Now, access to cutting-edge semiconductor technologies is a key driver for the weaponry that the U.S. military needs for defense and offensive capabilities. Currently, Taiwan and South Korea account for 100%. Yes, 100% of installed capacity to mass produce high-end semiconductors, which undoubtedly leaves the supply to the United States military vulnerable. How did we get in this position? All right. We rely 100% on either Taiwan, South Korea. Have we not got to the point where we said, yeah, maybe, just maybe we should be thinking of trying to produce this technology here at home? So in the event of an unwarranted conflict, we won't be, that would literally bring this country to its knees. Again, that report just released here the last couple of days. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Oh, you was looking for an intelligent caller, were you?
So you jumped on board.
Yeah, you said you had wide open lines, so I thought, well, I'll jump on there. Out here trying to get it done.
One-handed.
It ain't easy.
So how long?
Last night.
I was going to say, how much longer did it take you last night to get it done? Another extra hour or two, or?
Probably about I didn't get away from the paper till about 3 o'clock my time, and it was about 8:30 when I got home. So that was about 5.5 hours for what's normally about a 4.5 hour night. So about an hour.
About an hour extra, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm still feeling it.
So yeah,
will for a while.
How's the pain situation? You getting better? What they got you just like taking Tylenol or something every few hours?
Well, I can take the Tylenol. I can't take the ibuprofen because of some of the ingredients in that will also work as a blood thinner, and I'm already on blood thinner and aspirin, so I don't need no more blood thinner. So that's why they always tell me don't take ibuprofen, so I have to take Tylenol. But also, I hurt my back in 2012, so I do have a prescription for the hydrocodone, but I don't ever use it unless I absolutely have to. So I do have that if I need it. But I try to stay away from that stuff. I don't want to get hooked on it.
Right.
So you hear all kinds of horror stories on that, and I don't want to be part of that.
Yeah, and you got to be careful out there driving with it, right?
Yeah, you sure don't want to do it and drive. If you take that, you might want to take one in the morning when you get home.
Take a nap.
Or, to relieve pain, and then you got all day before you drive at night, You sure don't want to take one and then go drive. But I've been taking some it's extra strength Tylenol, but it also has the arthritis stuff in it. That seems to help some. But I go back to the doctor Friday. The knee is actually bothering me more than the shoulder. Part that bothers me about the shoulder is having it in a sling, just can't use it, It's just there. But it doesn't hurt usually as much as the knee does. The knee constantly bothers me. Especially when I have, you have to bend that knee to walk, so.
Yep.
And as many times as I get in and out of this vehicle at night, it takes a toll on it. It still looks terrible, and it's still bleeding a little bit every now and then. So, like I said, I go back Friday, and I'm going to have them take a look at that knee. But, it's better than being under the ground.
Right, you think?
Yeah, I think.
Yep.
But no, I just thought I'd give you a call since you said you didn't have any callers and you're looking for an intelligent caller.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, as soon as I said that, everybody like to jump on board. Everybody at the same time. But hey, we'll return right after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here about 9 before the hour. See, Brother Rambler did check in here a moment ago and pulled that email. Hey, great show tonight, brother. A lot of great calls. Sorry to hear about the retirement of Chris Skrbelchik. I'm out here in Opp, Alabama, trying not to step on rattlesnakes and getting these auto parts off. 18 years I've been doing this, Steve. June 27 of 2005, June 27 yesterday of 2023. Yeah, I'll check in tomorrow night. All right, we'll look forward to that. Brother Rambler, thank you very much. All right, let's see. Is it Jack calling about... Morning, Jack. Well, if the computer would do its magic thing. There you go. There you are.
Yeah, good morning, Jack. This is Jack. I overheard the conversation there about St. Johnsbury Trucking. I was an employee of St. Johnsbury Trucking.
So that's back in the day?
Well, yeah, I worked up until they closed. Matter of fact, this month is the 30th anniversary of them going bankrupt.
Wow.
Yeah, it was kind of odd, and I'm sure you're familiar with this. We come into work one night, and they said, well, we're done, fellas. So what do you mean you're done? So well, we went out of business at midnight, and of course you lose all your vacation, your sick days, all your benefits you've accumulated are all gone. All you get is your last paycheck.
Yes, sir.
But 30 days before they went out of business, they asked us for a 10% pay cut, which we gave them. But they were just too over leveraged. They'd borrowed too much money, and Cincinnati was the furthest terminal they had west. But they were well established up east. But we had about probably 100 employees here in Cincinnati, and they didn't quite do us right there at the end. They could have let us know something.
Yeah, was that one of those deals where, I mean, did they even have the WARN Act? Probably, I don't know if they had that 30 years ago or not. Probably not, no.
No, 1993, they didn't have that. They went out in June of 1993. And they were bought by, some investors, and they just slowly bled the company off. The equipment was getting bad. Kind of reminds me of the One Yellow deal. The latest on the One Yellow deal they had the other day is that they can't afford to pay their benefits now. They're looking for relief, so it's not looking good for them. I've seen that story before.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about going back to the comparison to Consolidated Freightways, how they were gradually in decline, the same kind of, because YRCW or Yellow, whatever you want to call them, their equipment has been going down hills for years and years. And I guess briefly when they got that $700 million injection from the COVID funds, they bought a handful of new equipment, but obviously they burned through that, and there ain't nothing left. I mean, a report yesterday said they may be broke by the middle of July.
Yeah, I'd heard that too, and they don't even mention Roadway anymore. Roadway used to be the number one LTL carrier in the country. When you get a job at Roadway, you had something special.
Yes, sure did.
And they don't even mention that. And you see their equipment broke down on the road, and you just didn't see that kind of stuff before. That's a sign. Like with St. Johnsbury at the end there, their toll cars were being shut off for non-payment, and they couldn't get fuel deliveries unless they paid cash. And when you get those warning signs, it's not good. But when they go out, you're on your own. You have to hunt down a job on your own.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not like it used to be, I'm afraid.
I mean, in the mentality, I'm thinking all the freight, whatever it is that Yellow is moving out, that their tonnage is down and whatnot, but automatically everything that they are currently moving, somebody's going to have to pick that up. So aren't the other LTLs all going to need an influx of drivers? Wouldn't most of these guys have a place to go pretty quick?
Well, they would, but you're switching from a non-union union job to a non-union job.
Okay, yeah.
Doesn't pay as much, and the benefits aren't there. That's the problem. But yeah, you even got carriers like Old Dominion and Dayton Freight. Yeah, sure, they'll absorb it, but you're not going to make the kind of money that you did before. That's the only problem.
Very good. Well, it's great to hear from you, Jack. Don't be a stranger. I know you've only called a handful of times over the last couple of years, but thank you so much. All right, as we head down the home stretch here on a Wednesday hump day. Police officer hurt Monday evening after being thrown into a sinkhole by an out-of-control tractor trailer in Fayetteville, North Carolina. On the evening, Monday evening, according to the local CBS affiliate, a big sinkhole had opened up on US 401, closing the roadway. Police officer was actually standing near the sinkhole, directing traffic around the barricades, when a semi-truck hit the brakes but started sliding. The rig then struck the officer's vehicle. Officer was subsequently thrown into the sinkhole. Matter of fact, the front end of the truck actually ended up coming to a stop inside that sinkhole. Another officer began administering first aid to the struck officer before paramedics could arrive. They do say the officer was able to sit up before being loaded into the ambulance and is expected to be okay there. But yeah, be careful out there on the highways and byways. And again, all right, so we'll close it out there here on a Wednesday hump day. And again, looks like we see the widespread haze, air quality alerts throughout much of the country. And come back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll get it all fired up once again for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world